provision. She started the Learning as I Teach Foundation, which is very popular. Um, Africa, a not-for-profit organization dedicated to improving the quality of education received by average African children. From 2018 to 2019, the Learning as I Teach Foundation held monthly professional and personal development seminars and conferences for over 5,000 teachers in Nigeria. And with that, help me welcome Dr. Abimbola Ogundere to the stage. Keep clapping. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. How are we today? I usually move around with a lot of energy. So I know that we have done a bit of networking, right? But I'd like us to please stand up. All right, so please let's begin to settle in. I was given 1 hour 30 minutes. You can imagine that I don't have 1 hour 30 minutes. So I'm going to spend some of my time playing with you. Because you can imagine 1 hour 30 minutes. I was so worried. I said, what do you want me to talk about? Fantastic. All right. So I'll give you 2 more minutes to do your posting. We just want number 1, number 2, number 3. And then when I'm done, Joanna is going to announce those 3 people. And each person will get 25,000 naira cash. Right? Fantastic.
A round of applause, everyone.
Well, you don't need to clap. You just need to post. You don't need to clap. You just need to post. All right. Fantastic. So good morning, distinguished guests, founder of Lumilen team, fellow educators, innovators, and change makers. It is an honor to stand before you today at this pivotal conference themed Innovate, the future of digital learning. A theme that is just not timely, but urgent. A call to action, not just for schools, but for our future. Because let's face it, education as we know it is at its tipping point. The classrooms of chalk and duster, of rigid desks and passive learning are giving way to something dynamic, immersive, and bold. We are stepping into an era where learning is no longer confined by walls, timetables, or even geography. An era where digital learning is not a luxury, but a necessity. Innovation is seeing what everyone has seen, but thinking what nobody has thought. In education, we often find ourselves staring at the same things, the same classrooms, the same challenges, the same constraints, the same curriculum. But today, Lumilearn has called us to think differently, to innovate. What does innovation really mean in education? Innovation is not about being trendy. It's not about being the first to own the latest device or download the flashiest app. Innovation is about effectiveness. It's about value. It's about solving real problems in new ways. Ways that make learning deeper, teaching more impactful, and futures more hopeful. Innovation in education is not only about the latest technology, it's about rethinking pedagogy, rethinking how we teach, what we teach, and why we teach. True innovation asks us the hard questions. Are students truly learning better, or are they just learning differently? Are we using technology to engage or merely to entertain? Are we preparing students for exams or are we preparing them for life? Innovation is not a phase. It's a posture. It's not a trend. It's a mindset, a commitment. A commitment to think again, to try again, to teach with hope and vision. And here's what a wise woman recently said about what we often overlook. We often think creativity is wild and scattered, but the origin of creation itself shows that innovation is deeply rooted in structure and repetition. The idea is only a spark. The transformation happens in the follow-through, the daily showing up, the carving of form out of formlessness. Can we give Lumilearn a round of applause for carving form out of formlessness? Anytime you see someone who is launching something, who has seen a gap in a space and has decided to create form out of formlessness, they deserve a round of applause. Can we do that again, please? What is digital learning? Digital learning refers to the use of technology to facilitate teaching and learning. It includes any type of learning that is supported by digital tools, whether in or outside the classroom. At its core, digital learning goes beyond simply using a computer in class or a tablet or a device in class. It involves online learning platforms, interactive apps and educational games, video tutorials and virtual simulations, digital textbooks and e-resources, AI-powered tools for personalized learning, blended learning models that mix face-to-face and online instructions, and many more. Digital learning is not about access to tech only. It is about access to opportunity. It's about unlocking agency, inclusion, and relevance. The goal of digital learning is not to make education more The goal of digital learning is to make education more engaging, personalized, accessible, and effective, equipping students with the skills they need in a technology-driven world. At its best, digital learning empowers students to learn at their own pace and level, access resources that were once unavailable to them, collaborate beyond borders, cultivate real-world skills, critical thinking, creativity, digital fluency, and grit. Digital learning is about transforming the experience of learning. So what is the vision for the future of digital learning? What does the future look like? The future of digital learning is not about mere technology. It is about better learning, deeper equity, and greater personalization. It is a future where education becomes more accessible, adaptable, and human-centered more than ever before. Hyper-personalized learning experiences, AI and automation as learning companions, global collaborative classrooms, greater equity through technology, a focus on skills that actually matter, blended and flexible learning models. The future of digital learning is not about digitizing the past. It is about imagining what learning could be and building it with intention, creativity, and care. But what must we ensure we look at as we look ahead? We cannot talk about the future of digital learning without addressing ethics, safety, and digital citizenship. As we go digital, values must go with us. Can you turn to someone beside you and let's say that? As we go digital, values must go with us. As we innovate, we must also protect. So I'll continue. Our children need guidance on navigating the internet safely, managing screen time, avoiding cyberbullying, understanding their digital footprint, respecting others online. We must raise not just tech-savvy users, but thoughtful and responsible citizens of the digital world. We must create safe, structured environments where children can explore, learn, and grow without fear or harm. Innovation without safety is carelessness. Access without responsibility is risk. And what must we never forget, even as we embrace the future of digital learning? Technology is a tool. People remain the heart of education. Tech should amplify, not replace the human. Because while a robot may teach content, only a teacher can spark a life-changing moment, model values, build human connection. No app can replace a teacher's encouragement, a classmate's collaboration, a mentor's belief in a child's potential. Even in the most advanced digital classrooms, relationships matter. Children still need the warmth of a smile, the power of presence, and the trust that comes with real human connection. As we digitize, let us also humanize. I recall a story of a teacher in a remote village who received a single solar-powered tablet for her classroom. With no internet, she downloaded basic apps and began guiding her students through lessons. In a matter of months, children who had never seen a screen began to read more fluently, solving math problems, dreaming bigger than ever before. What drove that change? Was it the device? It wasn't. It was the human, the teacher, the vision, the courage, the commitment to innovate with heart. Innovation doesn't just emerge, it must be led. We must invest in teacher training because no tool can replace a well-equipped teacher. We must rethink assessment, moving beyond memorization to measuring real understanding. We must design policies that prioritize innovation and inclusion. We must forge partnerships between schools, technology companies, NGOs, the government. Before we are disrupted. And above all, we must place the learner, not the device. Someone says, not the device. The learner, not the device, at the center of every innovation. So to every school leader, teacher, policy maker, and partner in the room today, I ask, will we innovate with intentionality? Will we build with equity? Will we protect with responsibility? And will we lead with courage? Let us not just adapt to the future. Let us shape it. Let us not merely follow trends. Let us set the pace. The future of digital learning isn't a distant dream. It is a decision. A decision to lead, to act, and to believe in what is possible. Because the future starts not when the world changes. It starts when we change. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Have a great, 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 great day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bimbo. That was powerful. I took a few notes. I hope everyone did as well. And just in case you guys are wondering what my notes have, just a few quotes and reminders to everyone. First off, innovation without safety is carelessness. Access without responsibility is risky. Very important. And then also, as we digitize, let us also humanize. And innovation doesn't just emerge, it must be led. Thank you very much, Dr. Bimbo, once again. All right, so now we'll take photos quickly with the LumiLearn team and Dr. Bimbo, and then we'll move to the next item on the agenda. If you could just come forward, please. Mr. Hosseini, if we could have you come forward as well. Thank you. Can we have this moved, please? Thank you. All right, thank you very much. All right, so I know I mentioned earlier that we'll be moving to the panel session, the very first panel session for the day. For this panel session, we'll be discussing teaching standards. And when we talk about teaching standards, we're basically trying to have a conversation, a roundtable conversation around what makes the most quality experience from a teacher perspective, a parent perspective, as well as from other stakeholders in the entire educational chain. So I already read her bio and she's walking up as I speak, but please welcome Pecula Amao to moderate this panel session. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. How are we feeling? How are we doing? I know Joanna already shared something that she learned from keynote session, but do you want to quickly whisper to someone beside you and tell them something you learned?
Hi everyone, I am excited to have you here today. You are welcome to Lumilearn, Africa's #1 learning marketplace. Today I'll be walking you through our landing page as well as the student and tutors dashboard on Lumilearn, a smart, flexible online learning platform designed to connect passionate tutors with eager learners from anywhere. Whether you are a tutor looking to grow your audience or a student ready to sharpen your skills, Lumilearn makes it simple, organized, and personal. Are you ready? Let's dive into this. What you are currently seeing is a landing page for our students.
and a recipient of the Outstanding Changemaker of the Year Award. He champions education initiatives that has reached over 13,000 students across 22 public schools. That deserves a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Mr. Samuel Agbola. And yes, one more teacher, because it's a teaching standards panel. We need to have teachers here. We have with us Mrs. Uzoma Uduma. Uzoma Uduma is a seasoned educator with over 16 years of experience, spanning the early years foundation stage, Key Stage 1, and leadership roles in Key Stage 2. She's currently the instructional coach and head of year at CIS, Children's International School in Lagos. She's a passionate literacy advocate and a learning strategist. She's a distinguished fellow of the International Institute of Chartered Educational Practitioners, and she just does dynamic work coaching young people, literacy teaching, mentorship. Please, a round of applause for Mrs. Uzoma Uduma. Ooh, I finished reading all of the bios and I had to take a deep breath, because these people are doing wonderful, they're doing impactful work, working with the next generation. And I think we'll just go ahead and get started with the questions. Do we have the mic? Okay, great. So I think I'm going to start. I like to say that education is not just for the children, but then it also impacts the parents. In the early years of children being in school, the person who is driving for it, who is taking them to school, who is supervising, who is ensuring that the teacher marks the assignment, is the parent. So we're going to start this conversation, looking at the perspective of the parents first, and that means that we're starting with you, ma'am. All right. Thank you. So we would like to know, how do you think that teachers can translate emotional well-being? How can they care for the emotional well-being of the children, as we're moving into a digitized learning space? So in the classroom, it's easier to, call the child aside during break, what's going on. It's easier to reach out to the parents and say, Mom, please, wait after school. We need to have a conversation. Something is going on. It's easier to even reach out to other colleagues to say, oh, something is happening. So, but we're moving to a digitized learning environment. We have, online tutorial systems. We have, online learning for some schools, blended learning. There are days when they don't come to school. So how do we translate, caring for the emotional well-being, humanizing education, like our keynote speaker said, to the digitized learning space?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. So I would say it's the same thing. You need to find a way to translate what you are able to do in person with the child to the online space, because you can't separate both. If you are able to do it in real time, it means you should be able to do it, online. And if it happens that the teacher is not skilled enough, that's where learning comes in. We're not supposed to assume that, I can connect with this child online. Once there's a gap in that area, then it now gets back to the teacher or the school or whoever is coordinating that learning experience to say, you know what, we need to find ways to empower these teachers. Because the truth is, whether we're dealing with these children online or in person, we need to connect with them. And that's why we find these gaps. You want to correct a child, you want to pass knowledge to a child, and you're not first finding a way to connect, there's already a disconnection. And then parents or even teachers say, oh, this child is not flowing, this child is not giving me what I want. The child is at a point, the child is waiting for you to bring them up to your level, or the child is waiting for you to come into their world to connect with them. And so if we remain at that point to say, oh, I can't see this child, in person, so, let's just do it using the go with the flow style, we are not going to get the result we want. So the first thing we need to do is get the teacher empowered such that they are able to get into the child's world. Because even in the online space, so I'm not talking about dealing with one child. Let's say we have a classroom of 5, 6, 7 children, or even 3. They have different learning styles.
Yeah.
They are at different levels.
Yeah.
And then we put them together, expecting to carry them along. Some are going to be lost. I'll quickly share an experience. When I was a classroom teacher, after my NYSC, there was a girl in the class I was supposed to go into. She was very reserved. She was always at the back of the class. The teacher was very boisterous. She was very loud, and she could never connect with the child. And then the girl was labeled. They said she's so dull, she doesn't cope. And they told the parents that same thing. And the parents already believed that, oh, Damilola is just there. She's, But you know what? When I got into the class, I am a very reserved person as well. And so we could connect.
So you could relate
My
with her because
goodness.
you understood what
Yeah,
it means to
she
be
was
reserved.
She came out of her shell. She started doing well. And honestly speaking, as the teacher of that class at that time, she was doing better than every other person.
Wow.
But because she had already been labeled,
yes.
she had taken on that label, so she would go to the back of the class, and she was just going on and on like that. The parents were so grateful when they discovered that it was where Miss Sandra got into the class, that she started improving. But that is it. We need to look away from the fact that, they are all in year 6, they are all in year 2, and find ways to connect emotionally. So when we get into class, do we see them, whether online or in person? Do we see them, how are you?
Or are we
How's your
just
day
getting the
been?
job done?
Or are we just saying,
And trying to
okay,
finish
let's
the
do what we got to
syllabus?
do? It's so important. I think for me, one thing I'll just say is, let us see them. Once you once you bring in presence into what you're doing, you're not just coming to do a presentation. You're doing it with presence, with mindfulness. When you factor that into whatever you're doing, you realize that you're able to connect with the children. Yeah.
I think that answer deserves a resounding round of applause. Thank you so much. There's so many things to draw from that. You need to see the child beyond a presentation. You need to see the child. You need to equip yourself as well as an educator to be able to connect with children even online. So I think I'm going to move to Mrs. Afolabi to ask. You run an educational consultancy. So how do teachers equip themselves? Because there's a, I will not say that there's a gap, but then there are standards that we've already set in the physical classroom environments. And then she emphasized it by saying we need to equip ourselves. We need to learn how to connect. So if you could share like 1 or 2 practical strategies, what can teachers do differently to actually connect with children when they're online?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
And thank you for being here. There's so many things that teachers can do to connect with children when they're online. But what I always say, I think that the teacher needs to start with herself, himself. Teachers need to see themselves not as classroom teachers, but as school teachers. When you see yourself as a school teacher, then you know that it goes beyond you as a person. It extends to every other person. You need to look around you and make the best use of the resources that you have. When I say resources, I mean human resources as well. So yes, we'll come to the technology. But before we get there, what are you benefiting from people around you? She was a reserved teacher that went into a class where there was a boisterous teacher. How and what did they learn from each other? What did the boisterous teacher take away from that experience of a reserved teacher coming into the classroom and identifying with a child that is reserved? How well can you adapt as a teacher? And now that's physical. Let's extend that online. There's that teacher in year 3 that is doing so well online with her students. And she comes back into the staff room and she's talking about child A and child B and child C. What do you do then? Do you listen to learn, or do you listen to judge and just throw your face that, oh, Here she goes
Show off.
again. She knows it all. And you that you know it all, how well are you making the environment psychologically safe enough for people to come to you and ask you questions? How do you, share the knowledge that you have? Do you share it in such a way that you're humiliating your colleagues and they won't want to learn from you? So that's the human-to-human side of it.
Yeah.
Then let's move on to technology. We all have technology in our hands. There is no reason why you cannot learn strategies. Every day, you have your phone, so you can put on it, how can I, the silliest of questions you can ask. This is a safe area.
Yeah,
it's like
no
a
judgments.
sandbox where you can just make your mistakes and
We
learn
listen, we
and
don't
move on.
judge.
You listen, you don't judge. Like children who write, in early years, we give them sandboxes to write and they shake it off and try again. What's stopping you from doing that? That's another thing. Most importantly, knowing the children. Most importantly, so I really can't say which. Most importantly, you need to know the children. You need to have data. So, today, this child was like this in class. And in the last 2 weeks, or 1 week, this child is now like this. You have to be observant enough.
Yes.
What do you do with your observations? So, aside from classroom, one-on-one relationship. If permitted, you make a phone call. Call that child. Hello, how are you today? What happened in class? Da 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 da. And even before you even get to that extent, as children come into class, in early years we sing, good morning, how are you today, and all of that, and the children respond. And you can tell a child that is responding from the heart and the child that is just
Ticking the
doing-
boxes.
ticking the boxes.
Yeah.
You can see that online too. And when you see that, what do? Are you conscious of the time frame that, I only have 30 minutes to deliver the lesson? Or do you stop and let that child and every other child know that it is important that we know what is going on with this particular child? It's enough to stop the lesson for the day.
Yeah.
It is enough. So, teachers training. As school leaders, we must train our teachers. We can't just expect them to just know how to do it. So yes, teachers have to find a way on their own, but we have a responsibility to training as well.
Yeah.
And when we are training, we should acknowledge the process. We should acknowledge the top of the class, the ones, the teachers that know it all. And we should acknowledge the teachers that are learning
growing.
and putting in that
The
effort.
Yeah.
And so we should encourage them. We should pair them up with those who know more. I think those are strategies that we can use.
Are we writing things down? Because she touched on so many aspects, from the school leader to building an emotional connection to you developing yourself. I think if there's anything I picked from, in fact, the most important thing that I picked is that it begins with me, it begins with you. So we're not putting the responsibility of learning how to digitize learning in an effective way on somebody else. It begins with us. And so I'm going to move to Mrs. Ayola to ask, how do we, Mrs. Afolabi really emphasized, she talked about data. You get data, and when you get data, what do you do with it? So how do we provide meaningful feedback when we teach online, right? There's now no homework book. We don't have some of the things. For some schools, we already have all of these things digitized. But say you're personalizing learning. Say you need to give the child feedback. Say you have what's the word now? You have a limited number of sessions with this child. Say you don't have all of the entire term. How do we give meaningful feedback? There's so many instances, but I think that there are general principles that apply to feedback that can apply online as well. So please share some strategies.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So I will assume the context is it's wholly online teaching.
Yeah.
Because if it was in a school where we have digitized learning, then there's elements of face-to-face,
Yes.
and that can work. But when you're
Yes.
teaching low-hanging fruit, WhatsApp video, I love that thing.
Yes.
And follow that up with a written report. Okay,
yes.
you must follow up your feedback with a
Documenting
written
it.
report. Yes, document it.
Yes.
Now the feedback session itself, sometimes we get it wrong as teachers, and so I would like to talk a bit about that.
Please go ahead.
I think the teacher owns the feedback session. So I sit in parent conferences, or I walk the corridors and I see parent conferences, and a parent plunks down and asks the teacher, "How is my child?" That's just the wrong beginning. The teacher welcomes the parent. "Thank you for being in my room this morning, afternoon. I would like to talk about
Your child.
your child. I'm the
Yeah.
teacher. I'm the one that knows." So I start by saying, one, what have I covered? Right? So this term I've covered
Are we
addition,
taking
this
notes?
one, that one. I then go on to how well is your child doing? Of all the things, so I've taught 10 topics. Your child has learned 8. Right? I give that as the feedback. I never compare. So your child is
Yes.
not first or second or third.
Yes.
Because the race is with the child. It's about improving the child's personal best.
Yes.
So I would give feedback. I've taught 10 things. Your child has learned 8. To learn the next 2, I go to next steps. This is what your child must do. But I don't end it there. So your child has 2 things to learn. I will tell you what I will do, and I will tell you what you need to do to
Because
help
it's
me.
a joint responsibility.
Because it's a joint responsibility.
Yes.
After that, I will then ask you, do you have questions for me? And that's how the feedback goes.
Yes.
So it starts with welcome the parent, and even if it's online, same formula. Welcome the parent, tell them what you've covered,
Yes.
tell them how well the child is doing, tell them what the next steps are, tell them what you would do to support next steps, what the home needs to do to support next steps, give the parent the potential.
Question that we would like to ask, off the back of that, it's good to know that for some systems, in some schools, some online learning platforms, for some teachers, we already know how to give meaningful feedback, we already know how to connect with the children, but then there are gaps. If anything, our labor market, the quality of graduates that we produce, tells us that there are gaps. So what gaps have you identified? You work with children in, low-income communities. What gaps in teaching standards have you identified, and how do you mitigate those gaps in your classroom?
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you, moderator. And this is the best gathering of the best brains in the world.
That's right. A round of applause for yourselves, please.
So we are change makers. We make the world go round, and I'm happy to be here.
Yes.
So I teach in a public school. So when I hear them talk, I'm like, oh, these are those people that are working with those beautiful kids from the privileged schools. Yeah, they are all privileged, and I'm happy
Yes.
to also contribute my portion to the students that I teach. So when we talk about gaps, looking at our current curriculum, there are a lot of gaps, lots. So let me just talk about two of them. One, I will talk about the lack of change-making skills in our curriculum.
Okay.
We go to the classroom, but we are not preparing these students to be a solution provider.
Yeah.
They see a lot of problems around their community,
Yeah.
and they walk past it because they don't have the skills of a change maker.
Yeah.
So what I do as an educator, and thanks to the training that I've received from some beautiful organizations which make me a change maker educator. So when I go to the classroom, I'm not only teaching the subject that I teach, I teach it along with the core change making skills,
Okay.
which are 4. And they have already talked about it. Number 1 is conscious empathy. So you have to, teach the children even how to feel empathy, how to have this skill called empathy, even towards one another. And you as a teacher, you understand, you have to learn that skill. When you are working in a public school, you can see a child coming by 9:30 in the morning.
Yes.
The next thing you do is you carry cane and start flogging that child. Don't say take cane, you carry cane, because you see like 2 or 3. That's why I say you carry cane. You say cane master. No, there was a time that I was someone like that.
Wow.
But do you know that such kind of a child, when you hear their stories, when you are patient enough to listen to
Yes,
them,
when you
I
demonstrate
know of a
it.
child that she's sleeping in the passage. They call it passage.
Wow.
So everybody has to come in late in the night. She will now sleep around maybe 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock. If people don't come in before she sleeps, they will step on her. Then she will have to wake up early. So before they start stepping on her, going out again. People wake up very early in Lagos. So that child will come to class and she will start sleeping in the classroom when you are teaching.
Of course.
And then we start, scolding,
Shouting.
tongue lashing, beating.
Yeah.
There is no empathy, even on the part of the teacher. So when we are talking about change-making skills, you have to have what is called conscious empathy.
Yes.
Then you also have to talk about this new leadership. You have to ensure that these students, they take responsibility for their learning. And in that way, we call it student agency. In that way, you have new leaders emerging. Put them in a project, put them in a group. Let them assign leaders among themselves. We discover what they can do. So you don't have to speak for them. They can speak for themselves if you give them the opportunity to. So then we have, change-making actions. What can they do in their environment? Because if you cannot solve the problem in your environment, you cannot solve global problems.
No, you
So
can't.
we need to teach them to identify problems in their environment. In the school, the schools are dirty, the school are noisy, then they should be able to do something. So what I'm advocating for is change-making education along with our curriculum. Then number 2 is that our curriculum needs to have this universal design for learning. We call it UDL.
Yeah.
So where students have multiple means of expressing themselves, students have multiple means of engagement, students have, even teachers have multiple means of representation.
Yeah.
You understand? You give a child assignment, essay writing. It's not compulsory that child must put it in paper and submit.
Yes.
You can put it in audio and present.
Video.
They can send it to you on
Yes,
WhatsApp. So
yes.
just give them opportunity to express themselves. We don't have that in our curriculum. So you tell them submit by tomorrow morning, put your book on my table, Mr. Agbola, everybody will start rushing. So I know we are evolving, we are changing, we can be better.
Yes. Begin to mitigate them. At the level when, curriculum, for instance, we need policy advocacy and all of that, but we're here. I don't know that there's any of us that is in, the curriculum department. So he moved beyond what the government will do or what an agency will do to what we can begin to do. Practice change maker education. Begin to teach the children skills, teach them empathy, teach them leadership, have them take responsibility for their learning, have them be accountable. There's so much. I hope we are writing things down, because I'm going to go back and watch this recording. Thank you so much again, Mr. Agbola. And I'll just move over to Ms. Uzoma and ask this question. One of the core 21st century skills that we have is, I know it's not a part of the 4Cs, but adaptability is a thing that even we as adults are learning. The economy is shaking us. The global job market is shaking us. You know, businesses, those of us who either run businesses on the side or we work, you know, we do lessons and all of that, we're being shaken. So how do we practice? How do we incorporate adaptability as teachers? How do we translate that to our students?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning once again, everybody. Are we still talking online or? Generally, okay.
It applies.
Okay, so one of the things I would say, I mean, as a teacher and from experience, sometimes as teachers, as educators, we box ourselves a lot. We have this mindset that, oh, you know, this is how we've been doing it.
That's right.
You know, I've been here for 18 years. I have thought, don't come and tell me what I don't know. I've been doing this for 25 years,
That's
for
right.
18 years. You just came out. When did you start teaching? That's the mindset.
Yeah.
So that we focus so much on that, and we don't realize that the students we're teaching Gen Alphas.
Yes.
You know, so we have to sometimes remove the cap, our old school cap, you know, and come down to reality.
Yes.
The reality that the students we're teaching, they were born into technology.
Yes.
They are, so if you watch a cartoon, you really have to be relatable. You need to go and watch cartoons. You need to go and look at all the things they are doing. You need to learn their language, skibbity, whatever, all the you know language. If you don't speak their language, you can't adapt. You cannot teach them. They will not learn. So you come to the classroom. You're talking about, you know, if you watch a cartoon, watch the movement of a cartoon. A child's eyes watching a cartoon or whatever program it is online is like,
Yep. Switch every 3
they
seconds.
are hyper. Then you come to class and you tell them, sit down, don't do anything. You have to sit down and
move
listen
your
to me.
head.
Like a child once asked a teacher, you've been moving me from one seat to another, and I've still not stood in one place. I've not sat in one place. Aren't you tired? You know, yes, this happened. So believe me, a child cannot sit down like this in your class.
Yeah.
There is something wrong. If you come into a classroom and everybody is quiet, all the children are quiet, there is something wrong. There's something called organized noise. Children are talking, they are doing activities, they are learning, they are standing up and moving around. That's where we are. So we need to move from traditional mentality to what we're doing now. A certain child or some students, when they are sitting, you're talking and you're teaching, and they're like all over the place. But ask that child a question, they will answer
tell
you.
everything.
They are listening.
Yes.
But if you want to use that mentality of sit down, one place, listen to me, it will not work. So we need to move away from that mentality. We need to adapt to the reality. Look at your own self. What's your own generation? What generation are you? Are you Gen X, Gen Y, Gen whatever, boomer? And then think about the children you're teaching. Think about the parents.
Yes.
We now have Gen Z parents.
Yes, so.
Gen Z parents are now parenting.
Yes.
They are now parents of Gen Alphas. And Gen Omega is coming. Where are you? You need to adapt. So we need to remove that mentality of this is how we used to do it. Maybe that's how you did it 35 years ago, 20 years ago. Whatever experience you think you have, you need to adapt to what is going on. Tomorrow, something else would happen. We've already moved to holograms.
Yes.
You know, I can be here and I can be talking to somebody in another country, and the person is standing right in front. The only thing I can do is to touch that person, but we're talking. That's the education we are in now.
Yes.
And it goes online as well. I mean, we cannot say that here. We are here in Nigeria, and we're teaching students all over.
Yes.
Everywhere, countries around the world, and we're doing everything we would have done in a traditional classroom. So the world of education has really moved, and we need to adapt. But it's one thing to say, let's adapt. But how do we
do that?
adapt? Because again, we're talking
Changes.
about strong mentality. That's not how we do it. So we need to begin to go online. We need to study. You see this thing called YouTube. It's a university.
Yes.
Let's not just go there and watch shorts and watch
Skits.
celebrity skits.
Yes.
There are full
Resources.
courses that you can go there and learn. There's FutureLearn, there's Coursera, there's National College. There's so many.
Are we taking notes? Are we taking notes?
There's so many. So we
There's
really need
LumiLearn.
to. There's LumiLearn.
Yes.
I checked you guys out on Instagram. So there's so much going on. And again, places like Facebook and Instagram and all that, again, don't just go there and waste your data and watching whatever.
Yeah.
Go and join groups. There are so many educational groups online, on Facebook and all that. So, interact with other people, collaborate, and learn what is going on. I've had somebody in India reach out to me one time and say, can we collaborate? Talk to my children, I talk to your students, and all that. That's where we need to get to. So, in terms of
Thank you so much. I'm just going to, repeat the last thing that she said. We need to collaborate. We need to reach out to other people, and which piggybacks off what Mrs. Afolabi said earlier. Let's have safe spaces where we can interact with one another. Don't be the know-it-all that nobody can ask any question, and don't be the one who is afraid to approach anybody to ask them for questions. So let's, talk a bit more about teaching communities, right? Because teaching is moving online, teaching is still in person, but then how do we maintain, how do we sustain teaching communities? What are practical ways, right? Because sometimes your teaching community might not necessarily be the people you're in the same school with. I mean, we can all testify to the fact that we have people that we learn from that maybe are not in the same working environment with us. So are there communities we can join? Are there things that we can do? And, I'm just going to throw this to Mrs. Ayola. She wasn't expecting it. Yeah, so I was saying, teaching communities, right? How do we integrate teaching communities? How do we integrate ourselves into teaching communities? How do we sustain them? If we are in a work environment that is somewhat hostile, and then nobody's giving us feedback, nobody wants to share what they know, would I just remain there, shrivel and wither away? So what do I do, beyond learning online by myself?
Okay, that's a tough one. What would I do? Yeah. I'm a firm believer in what I call, or what is known as PLC, professional learning communities. And a professional learning community can be school-based, where there are a group of you in school, either as a year group, as a group of friends, as a school. You come together with a goal for learning. And it's actually quite a structured thing. But the fact that there's no PLC in your school or nobody's giving you feedback doesn't mean you can't join one of the many ones online. It also doesn't mean you can't create your own.
Yes.
Okay? So create your own. Identify people in the industry that are close to you, that you know, and create your learning community. Determine what your learning goals are and learn from there. That's one. I think also being intentional, about seeking out feedback. We all say we want feedback, but the question is, can we really take feedback? Okay. So I know that I took a course that was giving feedback without the sting. I had to take that course because when I used to give feedback in my early days, oh God, it was constructive, but it was full on. There was no couching it.
Yeah, so.
But I think now with age, after God knows how many years, I can give honest feedback without the sting, And I think, so people should be intentional about asking for feedback. In your school, they may not give you feedback, but you would know who you can approach and say, I'd like you to come and watch my lesson. I'm struggling with differentiation. I'm struggling with using questioning techniques to move my lesson on. And I know you're really great at that. Do you mind coming to watch my lesson and giving me feedback?
Yeah.
So it's not about sitting down and waiting for feedback to come.
Yes.
It's about, if you don't work in a system where feedback is freely given, then go out there and look for it. Take your growth in your hands. I am one of the people that I have, I try to shift the mind of the teachers I work with. They must take responsibility for their professional growth. So my new mantra is every staff that works with me, 60% of your growth is your responsibility. I will tell you the problem, you've got to fix it. You've got to decide, okay, this is the problem, and be intentional about fixing it. And I must see that you're making an effort to fixing it. Yes. I assign 20% to your line manager. Whoever is line managing you owns 20% of your growth. That takes us to 80 to 90%, right?
80%.
No, 70% is yours.
Oh,
70% is yours. 20% is your line manager. As the organization, 10% is for the organization. So the organization will take responsibility for 10% that has to do with the organization's strategic goals. So the organization is going this way, we will take responsibility for that direction. But the teachers must take responsibility. And that's why there's a dearth of teachers. There's a dearth of good teachers because too many teachers sit down and wait to be trained. No, you don't do that anymore. You've got to take responsibility, and so your line manager has got to track that you are taking responsibility.
Someone has to keep you accountable.
Yes, so a PLC is very simple. Read books together, watch videos together, watch each other's lessons. Drag some HOD somewhere to come and sit in your midst and speak to you.
Please.
So there's so much teachers can do. I hope I answered the question, actually.
You over-answered the question.
There's so much teachers can do to develop themselves. So if you're a teacher here, it's in your hands. Because, with respect to all the school owners here, you're like, a teacher is like somebody that is at the bus stop, you got on a bus. And the bus is saying CMS, CMS, CMS. And you sit in the bus is comfortable, it has AC, and it's headed to CMS. It then gets to CMS and you say, is Aja I'm going to, or is Oju Elegba? And they're wondering, but this bus was not going in that direction. Why didn't you take responsibility for your own personal, professional journey? And that's what teachers don't do. We get comfortable, no plan for your own personal, professional journey. Where the school is going may not necessarily be where you are going. And if you don't take that responsibility, the driver of the bus, the school owner, is driving you to where she's going.
Guys, I was about to say, let's share the grace. Because that was powerful. As she was speaking, the only thing that stayed with me was, we had said earlier that students should take responsibility for their own learning. It sounds fancy to say to the students. So now let's say to ourselves, we take responsibility. We take responsibility for our own growth and our own professional development. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ayola. That was very profound. And, I now come back to our parents and our parenting experts to ask. So as speaking from the perspective of the parents, now we've talked about teachers and what they can do. What do parents want to see? What do parents want to see? I know we are teachers. We know it's this question, no brainer. Like she said, 18 years experience under my belt. I know what parents want. But you interact with parents more. That's your profession. What do parents want to see in the growth and the development of their child? We've talked about academic standards, professional learning communities. We're back to mental and emotional well-being. Remember, she said, we're teaching Gen Zs, Gen Alphas, and their mental health. Our mental health is what? Priority. So what do parents want to see when it comes to emotional well-being, social development of their children? What do parents want to see?
Thank you. Parents want to see a wholesome and well-rounded child. You said something, when we tell children, you have to take responsibility for your learning, and then it gets back to the teachers. Teachers, you have to take responsibility for your growth. Parents also have a role to play. And while they have their own responsibility, which is huge, there are things they also want to see in the school space as regards the development of their children. And this also comes to the teachers majorly because they are the ones that interact with the children. Although the teachers, would need an enabling environment as provided by the school authority. But we want to see wholesome children, because I've also engaged with a number of children, and it has been a case of the parents are planting and the school is uprooting because some of the teachers don't understand the assignment.
Wow.
I've been in sessions with children where they don't tell their parents these things, but because it's a session where we can talk,
Yeah.
and these children break down emotionally. They are crying. Just last Saturday, some of them were just with their parents, and 2 of them were crying in those sessions. Not because they don't have a good relationship with their parents, but because this is another person I can talk to. And why were they crying? Because of how they're being treated in school. I mean, there are many cases, many families that I work with, that this is coming up continuously. So what do parents expect? I know parents have their own.
Yes.
Sometimes they don't want to take responsibility. The way they even send children from home to school cannot even enable the teacher to help their children. So we know that parents have their own. But because we are talking about the learning environment now, I'll just focus on the teachers and the school authorities. I think this would come down to being equipped to really understand the assignment. Because if we want to deliver, like what Mr. Samuel said, am I correct? If we want to deliver a child who is going to be a change maker, a global solution provider, then we're not looking at just the academics. We're looking at the mental health of the child. We're looking at how we are infusing change-making skills into the learning process. So the teacher has to know what he or she is doing. The teacher has to come to school knowing that I'm not just doing this job because I want to get by, but I'm doing this job because I am collaborating with the school, I'm collaborating with the parents to deliver a wholesome child. A child that can go out there and say, you know what, I am made, and I can solve local problems, local and global problems. Not children that are excelling academically, and when it comes to their social life, it's zero. Madam was talking about having children run around in class and all of that. They are not able to express themselves fully because the teacher is not digging their style of learning. She said something, that's how my son is. In church, I teach in his class, and the boy looks like he's not listening. It looks like he's not, the teacher is just, because I know that that's not how he learns. And I'm looking at him, he's just, but ask a question. He's always among the first set of people to respond. So we want teachers to be more intentional. We want them to see the children because they are complaining behind. They are carrying so much emotional weight on their tiny shoulders. They are caving in. And we cannot keep saying, oh, learn, learn, learn. Yes, they will excel. But what about other areas? What about their mental health? Because you know what? Even though the parents have a huge role to play, but do you know that home, which is supposed to be a safe space for the child, is not necessarily a safe space for the child? Many children get bullied first from home. Many children, you talked about that, the girl that sleeps in the passage. I mean, what did she do to have to go through all of that? So home that is supposed to be a cushioning effect for the growth of the child may not really be playing that role as such. So when they come to school, because we are collaborating, how can we then step in to say, you know what? Because I know there are teachers who do that. There are great teachers who play roles of parents. There are children who come to school, they've not had breakfast. I used to have a girl in my class, and she would just be drooling in class. She'd be like, oh, Miss Chandra, you're beautiful. This is somebody that you are teaching. She would not listen. She's in a world of her own. But the parents are not able to connect with her at home. She comes to school and you as a teacher, you're like, I'm just doing this job. Oh, I mean, I can't, you are many in this class. I can't be focusing on one person. We need to let the teachers know that we are in this together.
Yeah.
We have to deliver a wholesome child. Usually in a society where all hands are on deck, the duty of raising a child should not just be left to the parents. The government has a role to play. The educational system has a role to play. But now, even the religious system, but sadly, it's really the parents most times doing the job. So the table is not balanced. Sometimes we have a one-legged table, two legs. You know, the table is not balanced. But because as school owners, because as educators, we know the results we want to deliver. We know that this is the type of children, the type of individuals we want to churn out in the society. So who do we need to become to deliver that outcome? What type of teachers, what kind of skills should our teachers have, such that even if the children are coming half-baked from home, we're still able to deliver the results we want to have. So, yes, the school, the teachers have a great role to play. They need to be equipped, they need to be empowered, and they need to be encouraged, because working with children is not an easy job. We need to also see the teachers. We need to acknowledge their effort. And we also need to call out the ones that may not really be doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, you did. That was really, really profound. It's not just a one-sided thing. It's a collaboration. Yes, there's something that parents want to see. They want to see a wholesome child. Or it's a collaboration between the parents and the teachers. As we wrap up this session so that we dive into the Q&A, I'm going to direct one question at two people. So Mr. Agbola and Mrs. Uzoma, my question is, we're collaborating with parents, right? How do we collaborate with parents in places, in spaces where we have low resources? The parents have low educational background. The parents maybe do not prioritize education. My mom leads a low-income school, so I know 90% of the children don't have support at home. They do their assignments by themselves. Whatever they can do, they do, including the toddlers, right? So how do we drive collaboration between parents when we're in a, low resource space? How do we drive collaboration between parents, Mrs. Uzoma, when we're teaching children online? You just shared that you collaborated with someone in India. Your children, got to interact with one another. So as we wrap up this session, you can just share Ms. Agbola first and then.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm a computer studies teacher. Imagine teaching a topic, graphics design, and currently my school is under construction. If you go to my school, I sit on the corridor. I don't have a staff room. Yet learning is still taking place. We have a change makers squad. We sit under the tree to do our meeting. Yet learning is still taking place. We don't have a computer laboratory. We don't have a sick bay. We don't have a library. And one of the things that I did as a change maker was to create a makeshift library. With the support of the principal and the vice principal, we just emptied the classroom, put the students together, turn it to 3-in-1 facility: the sick bay, the library, and the computer laboratory. So
This
now
is what we're talking about, Innovate.
yes, now when I'm now teaching computer studies in my classroom, I'm a class teacher of GSS 3B. I have 84 students in my class. I use 2 registers. I use 2 registers.
One register is not enough.
Because one is 1 to 80, then you have to split to the other one.
Yes.
So now that's just a class. I still have GSS 1A, 1B, 1C, 2A, 2B, 2C, and I want to teach graphic design. And they have to do practical. And that's our makeshift library.
I can see Mrs. Ayola really going.
I have just 4 PC there. Yeah, we did fine. We put 4 PC there. It's just a classroom, but it's a sick day as well. It's a library as well, and it has 4 computer systems. So how do I teach graphics with 4 computer systems? This is what I did. I get the parents involved.
Yeah.
That's the collaboration we're talking about.
Yes.
They have phones.
Yes.
But phones is not allowed in the junior school. In GSS 1 to 3, they can't bring phone to school. They don't even have a phone on their own. Some may have, they don't bring it to school. But I have to get the parents, like, I'm giving your child an assignment. It's going to take them 20 minutes. When they get home, please release your phone for them for 20 minutes. to just design a flower on the phone. They don't even need to have an app downloaded. They can go to Google, because I'm teaching them MS Paint, and you can have MS Paint on through the browser.
Yes.
So just go to gs.paint and you have it like the way it is on your PC. So and
Multiple skills learned.
so and I get them involved. Some of them did. Some sisters released their phone. And what I just want to say is that just know what you want to achieve.
Yes.
And find a way to achieve it. That is the adaptability she's talking about.
Yes.
That is the resilience that we are talking about.
Yes.
So you may not have resources. If, of course, I'm coming from a public school. All your funding is coming from the government, and they may not remember you for the next decade. So what do?
Yes.
You innovate.
Yes.
And that is what Lumilen is doing.
Yes.
Please give it up for Lumilen, please. So
Thank you.
innovate,
Thank
and
you.
and like my senior mommy here, I learn a lot from her. So she said you are responsible for your own professional development,
Yes.
and that is what I'm realizing very late, because my childhood was tough. So eventually, when I was able to graduate, second class upper, secured a teaching job with Lagos State Government after teaching in some private schools, I felt relaxed. At least I've suffered, let me just enjoy. So my pay. But when I wake up to opportunities out there, you will see some opportunity, they will tell you change makers opportunity 18 to 25. I'm not 25, I'm approaching 40. You see 18 to 35. So that is why you have to wake up early. But it's never too late, because look at me, I'm sitting down here because I'm doing something.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if you know what you want, you find a way to achieve it, whether you have to collaborate with parents, you have to collaborate with your head mistress, your principal to create that makeshift library, or you have to collaborate with fellow colleagues to do a project.
Even with the community
even
leaders.
with the parents. So,
Yes.
once you have a target,
Your
you
eye
have
on the
what
prize.
you want, then your eyes is set on what you want, and no obstacle can withstand you. Thank
Eyes
you.
on the prize, innovate. Your eyes are on the prize, and guys, we innovate. Thank you so much, sir. And Mrs. Omar, just share with us what we can do to collaborate online.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the word collaborate. Collaborate involves two parties, right? You can't collaborate by yourself. Sometimes people think, oh, let's collaborate. Like, she has to be willing to collaborate with me, right? I can't force her to collaborate with me. And why I say that is, in terms of collaborating with parents, we need parents' buy-in. How do we collaborate with parents? One of the things we look like we think is too small and all of that is parents want to, it's psychological. Parents want to know about their children. They want to know all the lofty things about their children. Your child is a genius. It's not as if you're just saying it for saying sake. But the truth is, sometimes parents don't even know their children.
Yes.
There was a particular boy I taught some years ago. This boy was such that, is the problem or trouble child, in school. So every time she's coming to pick the child, the children are already coming to her, sir, this person did this boy did that, this boy did that. And as she getting into the class, she's already raising her hand, beating the child. You've done it again, you've done this and all that. So one day, and this was on the phone, I went to the school office and I called her and we spoke. I said, ma'am, you actually do not know who this child is. You're just quick to, when they say, he did this, he did that, you're quick to start beating. And that day, I would say I schooled her about her child. This is who your child is. This is what this child likes doing. Most times when people see him do whatever, he's actually reacting. Nobody saw when the other children were picking on him. And by the time we spoke for about an hour, and she was like, you know my child like this. I did not even know my child. So when we finished talking, she actually got, broke into tears and all of that. And the reason I'm saying is that after that day, he realized, he knew that genuinely I care for the child. So the next time I'm saying, oh, we're doing so thing in class, I'm inviting parents, and every parent in my class knows that I know each child personally. I know their likes, connect with them. You can't collaborate if they are not, if you don't have their buy-in. So that's where we're starting from. Know their children, know themselves, know what they do. Oh, I know you're a banker, whatever. Would you like to come in, and talk about finance? Or I know you're a doctor. Can you come and talk about first aid and all of that? You need their buy-in first. Secondly, in terms of collaboration, let's also explore various communication channels. So, for example, let's not always wait till there's something to do. Okay, we can communicate via email. It can be these days on Google Classroom. When you post something on Google Classroom, they get it as an email notification. Okay, so communicate via email. There's WhatsApp, depending on what the school permits. But we need to, collaboration is not just when you see them face to face. So explore technology, explore one-on-one, explore, like she said, low-hanging, WhatsApp.
Yes.
Any way you can connect. And the next one is we really need to train them sometimes. You know what it is? It's called jargon. Sometimes you're busy talking, peer observation, self-observation. It's flying over their heads. They're like, what are you talking about? Which one is peer observation? So sometimes we also have to take that responsibility to actually train them. And by training them, I'm not saying organize like a workshop or whatever. When you're having the parent conferences, talk to them about it. This is what this is. We need to get that buy-in, and we need to get to that point where they know that we genuinely care. That's that's where she started from, that connection. We have to make that connection. Sometimes you set an assessment paper and you use a child's class a child's name in your class inside the question.
Yes.
That day is
a terrible example.
So, for example, my name is Uzoma. Uzoma went to the supermarket.
She stole an apple.
No, not that way. So, for example, I'm talking about connection, emotion here. When a child sees their name in a question paper, they've made their day. Even if they didn't feel like answering, did you see? They use my name in the question paper. And they're all looking for, maybe they will use my own tomorrow. Let's go and study. Tomorrow is English. Maybe they will use my name. And truly, you will use their names, personal, connect with them. Mr. Samuel had 2 brothers, and truly, in real life, they have 2 brothers. He knows I have 2 brothers. You have to have that connection. The same thing with parents. When they come, you're like, oh, so person told me, you did so thing last week. That connection has to be there. And sometimes the parents might not be the one to even give you that. You also, like she said, take that responsibility and actually go looking for these that would help you to connect. So let's communicate, let's invite them, collaborate, tap into what they know, where they are at. Yes. It might be somebody who's not even educated, who is not even like a literate person, but invite them and talk about what it is they do, so they also feel among. So it's not like about only those who went to
people who know something.
Those are the things that would help us to collaborate. Now, when it is online, for example, there was a period the child I used to tutor online privately. Sometimes I would just say, you know what, tomorrow, after 20 minutes, I need your mom to come online and talk to me about so thing, about what we're learning.
Yes.
So I'm involving the parent as well.
In the learning process.
And they're all excited. Mommy, it's your turn. You need to come online now and talk about it. So collaboration is not so much, it's not abstract.
We need to connect with them.
We need to connect.
Before we can collaborate with them. Thank you so much, Mrs. Oma. Thank you so much. And we'll just take a final word of advice from Mrs. Afolabi for our audience. So if there's one thing, that we've shared, I have my own one thing. No, I have many things. So I'm just going to allow her do that to wrap up this session, and then we take questions.
Okay. One thing. As teachers, you need to take responsibility for your learning.
Yeah.
You really, really need to take responsibility for your learning. Learn on your own, collaborate, use technology, go in search of learning. And then, like she said, if you walk in a place where the destination has changed and sometimes it actually does change. You find some school owners who set up schools. Some, not all school owners are educators. Some set up school for business.
Yeah.
And so, what they are looking out for are the number of children in your class.
Margins.
How many children in the school today? How many have left? How many paid? How many haven't paid? Now, the reason why they have left your class is not the school owner's business. I have worked with schools where the school management is all about pleasing the parents.
That's another
It's all
dimension.
about, they walk into the school and what do they see? So the playground is beautiful. The books on the
aesthetics
shelf,
and the
there's so
ambience.
many books on the shelf. But the content, what are the teachers doing? The school owners do not care about that. So, because they really don't care about that, the focus is not on training the teachers. The focus is more on
Aesthetics.
ensuring that the teachers are pleasing the parents and the parents are bringing more and more of their friends to the school. So as teachers, I say to you, take responsibility. If you remain in a school like that, just know that when you eventually leave that school, where are you going and what are you able to do?
Boss was going
Have
to
you
CMS.
learned
You were
good
going to Aja.
practice, standard learning and teaching skills? Have you learned that? So it's really important that in giving your best to the children, the students, you have to feel yourself up first. And you need to take 70% responsibility, 20
Is
for
on
your
line manager.
your line manager, and
And
just
10
10
is for the
for
school.
the organization.
A round of applause for our panelists, please. A round of applause. I would have said we should give a standing ovation, but we'll wait till the end. So right now we're just going to take questions. If you have questions for the panelists on teaching standards, online learning, collaborating with parents, they've said a lot. But then maybe there's even a specific area. There's one child, or one parent, or one line manager that's troubling you, and then you just need some level of clarity on what to do to improve your practice, to improve your professional development. Now is the time to ask those burning questions. Don't keep them to yourself. We talked about professional learning communities. This is a good place to start our professional learning community so we can begin to ask our questions. Who is with the mic, please? Okay, so we have him, and then we have him. No, behind.
Thank you very much, our discussants, and of course the anchor. My name is Israel Alamwan. I'm a very passionate educator, and I served in an underserved community in Lagos State. Of course, I served Lagos State government. And my worry as an educator, yes, trust me, I adopt a lot of things. I learn a lot of things online. I offer, personally as an educator, I offer courses and I engage in leadership, different things. And that's why I'm even here. So basically, I just want to ask a question. Okay, what exactly, or who are those that dictates the standard for teaching? This is what I observe. Most of the time, we probably adopt things that we see from the Western world, and a lot of times, if you are not if you are not careful, because as we are going to the edge such that we adopt everything we see from the Western world. For instance, we see that they are doing this, we buy it. They are doing that, we buy it, and we are losing ourselves. We are losing our culture. We are losing our essence. Who dictate the standard? Can't we create a standard for ourselves such that we are having problems in Nigeria, then we teach the children to solve the problem that we have in Nigeria, not they teaching themselves how they solve their problems in America. So what dictates the standard? Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm going to, do we want to take the other question first? Who's the other person that raised his hand? Okay, so let's answer first. Mr. Agbola, do you want to speak to that? Sorry, where's the mic? There's supposed to be a second. Okay, there's another one.
Thank you very much, sir. let's understand what teaching standard is all about. Teaching standard, it's a guideline that defines what skills, what knowledge, what competencies teachers must have to ensure effective teaching and learning. Okay? And these teaching standards are universal. Let's get that right. They are universal. We are not adopting anything. We are not adopting critical thinking. We are not adopting inclusivity. We are not adopting adaptability. These are universal. So if we, even if the government does not say to that, personally, when we have a classroom that encourages curiosity, that the children always want to ask a question, because learning is an active process. So, and you get the students engaged, they are in charge of their learning. That means that you are not just giving to them as the sage on the stage. You allow them to be a part of what they are learning. That is the teaching standard. It's not something that is far-fetched. Yes, we may copy one or two tricks from those people that are doing well over there. It's never wrong to do that. But teaching standards are universal anywhere, whether you are teaching in a rural area or urban area, whether you are teaching online or offline or in the regular or traditional classroom. These standards are universal. And that is you encouraging critical thinking, encouraging curiosity, encouraging open communication, empathy, bringing out leadership from them. So that is the standard that we are advocating for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Sayola, then Ms. No, ma'am, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Teaching standards. So he said like 70% of it. Maybe I want to top and tail it. So maybe you're referring to curriculum, because that probably is what we're adapting or not adapting. But like he said, teaching standards are universal, right? And when you look at the teaching standards, they're very similar. And what I have found from experience, sadly, and I'm about to shake the table, even those who, I schooled in Nigeria. I went to University of Lagos and I did my education there. I did my degree in psychology there. But I find that people go to university and keep their certificates under their pillow. The teaching standards in Nigeria is regulated by the Nigerian Universities Commission. As backward as we say that body is, everybody that does a BSc education or a BA education or a PGD education will learn the basics of teaching. You will be shocked that you will go into the classroom, somebody that has done a BSc education, BA education, PGD education, has got no clue how to teach, but you went to university. So I always challenge my teachers, don't make nonsense of your 4 years, even if it's 1 year. Start by practicing what you learned in the university. So to answer the question, who regulates? It's the Nigerian Universities Commission via the degrees in education. There is also the Nigerian Teachers Institute in Kaduna. They also have rigorous standards that people pass through before they get the NTI qualification. The difference is that they graduate from those schools and forget what they have learned. There are 8 universal standards that speak to what you must do as a teacher. None of them is alien to us. None. It is the interpretation, no, not interpretation, it is the implementation. It is the implementation that differs. So I'll tell you number 1. Standard number 1, every teacher must have high expectations. That is standard 1. Every teacher has high expectations. When you translate that, every head teacher has high expectations. When you translate that to me, I have high expectations of all my head teachers. Now, when we say every teacher has high expectations, it translates in every area of your teaching. So if you are marking, does your marking reflect that you have high expectations? If you are looking at children behave, the way you behave, does it model the fact that you have a high expectations? If you are teaching and talking, does it model the fact that you have high expectations? If you are arriving in school late, are you modeling the fact that you have high expectations? Bearing in mind that the very first standard, the very first one, is that every teacher has high expectations. So if we have high expectations of us, of the children, we start by modeling it. That's not strange. And that is a standard that is sorely lacking in our
Yeah.
schools today.
Yes.
Not because we don't know, but how many of us practice it? And this is it. So when it comes to teacher standards, it's a battle I wake up every day to fight my 4,000 plus teachers.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Please move the mic to Mrs. Oma. She was going to share.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So I'm going to go ahead with your 70, 20, and 10% thing. So he said 70, you said 20. So I'm going to say the 10. And that's based on the question you asked. You know, you said something about, you made mention, or you indicated or suggested that, it's like we're copying these things from, the other countries. I just wanted to say, in addition to what she said, Nigeria, the UK has teachers' standards. In Nigeria, we have professional standards for teachers. And if you look at both of them, they all have, if they might not be they might not be said exactly the same words, but they all have the same standards. Teaching and learning, professional skills, professional knowledge, subject knowledge, content knowledge, which, like you said, some teachers don't have. They just find themselves there. So I just wanted to let you know that this is not, when we say teacher standards, it's not something we borrowed from somewhere and we're just doing it. Even in Nigeria, there is, you can Google it, professional standards for teachers in Nigeria. It is right there and you can look at it. But then what I want to also say is, even those standards, as universal as they are, every school still needs to take each of those standards and then own it. So in my school, for example, we don't just say, oh, okay, this person is qualified, this person is this, oh, they've been teaching for 20 years. We still go on and, because it's one thing to have standards, but it's another thing to, track it, monitor it, because we have to maintain it. So we do what we call lesson observation. So a teacher is teaching, and whether it's a line manager or the head of school or whoever, sits down, observes the teacher's lesson, and after that observation, you sit down and talk about it. The WWWs, what went well, the EBIs, even better if, what can we do better to now maintain that standard, to improve it, or to do whatever. So standards are not just standards, they're like a working document, you still have to work with them. So there's lesson observation, there's team teaching, where you collaborate with another teacher and two of you are teaching the same lesson. What happens with that is you're feeding off of what maybe there's a particular way you do your starters, that by the time we team teach, I'm taking it from you, and you might take something from me as well, maybe classroom management. That's team teaching. So it's peer observation. There's lesson observation. So is what we then do with the standards. What I have just said now, it happens in the UK, it happens in Canada, it happens everywhere. So we need to own the standards. It's not something we just took from somewhere. It's something that is universal, like they've all said, but we need to now work with the standards and actually make it to remain the standards.
Thank you so much. We're out of time, and so we need to take, we may not be able to take the question here. We have a question from YouTube that we're just going to quickly touch on, because we already said a lot about it. How can I effectively align my teaching strategies with parents' insights to support each child's unique learning needs? How can I align my teaching strategies with parents' insights to support each child's unique learning needs? Ms. Safolabi, please move the mic to me. Thank you.
How can you
align your teaching standards with parents' insights? So the insights that you get from parents to
it's
personalize learning for each child.
So when we have all these meetings that we have with parents, it's not only to tell them, it's also to listen to them. Okay. So they come for the conferences, which is a formal gathering. It's scheduled. Some conferences do not have to be scheduled.
Yeah.
So you pick up from the child, you get confirmation from the parents, maybe during the parents' conferences, the structured conferences like the 2-year developmental check, the parents-teachers conference, the group conferences, so many opportunities to talk to the parents. Yeah. When you put all of this together, it should help in your planning. Your planning should dictate how you teach as well. Now, when I say you're planning, I'm not saying rigid planning. We all know that our lesson notes are supposed to be, they are working documents.
Yes.
So the information that you get from parents should have an effect on your differentiation in how you teach. Knowing the children through what the parents tell you and through your own observation should actually inform the way you teach and the way you relate to the children.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ma. That was really profound. So we don't just talk to the parents, we listen to them, and we take their feedback and implement it. We embed it in our lesson planning, and that's how we can personalize learning for everyone in our classroom.
And may I also include that
Yes,
you
please.
also then use it for assessment. So you're not just taking the data from the parents, the information, you are using it
In your formative assessments, in your
and
lesson
summative
plan,
assessment,
in your
knowing
summative
how to
assessments as
support
well.
the child, knowing how to, give
You said it
feedback.
all. It's a working document. It doesn't end when you plan the lesson. You continue to implement feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a resounding round of applause to our stellar panelists for delivering wisdom, insights. I feel like my head is hot right now because, too much wisdom, too much wisdom. So we'll just quickly gather around to take pictures and then award the plaques. Where's the photographer? Let's have the managing director join us, Rachel. Let's have a member of the Lumiland team as well join. Mr. Hosseini, please join us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Hosseini. Please remain on stage to hand over the plaques. Mr. Hosseini? Okay. Sorry. Thank you so much for joining us, Mrs. Uzoma. And then to Mrs. Ayola, thank you so much for joining us, sharing your multi-campus, multi-school insights with us. We really appreciate your presence and your time. Thank you, Mr. Samuel, for joining us and for sharing practical and real insights, from the grassroots. And thank you for being a teacher who innovates, representing everything that Lumiland embodies. And Ms. Zoinko, thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. Sharing your over 30 years experience with us and just giving us practical insights to collaborate, engage our parents, engage our students, and of course to our parenting coach who came to speak for our parents, the ones we do not always like to hear from. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hosseini. Again, we can never have too much of it. Please, can we give another resounding round of applause to our panelists? Thank you so much for coming. It's been an insightful time. So I'm going to hand over back to our able host, Joanna.
Thank you so much, Peculiar. You did an amazing job. I hope we've all had a really good time listening to the conversations. I saw that someone on our online, one of our online viewers said this is one of the most thoughtful and insightful conversations they've listened to in a long time. We see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So now we're going to go for the tea break, and then after that we'll come in for, just like some icebreakers and then the next panel. But the order of events for this tea break is really just stay seated. But again, remember you have your bingo cards so you can chat with the person next to you. Okay? And so the ushers will come and direct you in what way to go get something to eat. Thank you very much. And yeah, let's cue the music. All right.
doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mommy, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down DBTs, DBTs.
3 minutes to go. hello. Hi, everyone. Okay. Let's reduce the music a little bit. How are we all feeling? Nobody's looking at me. Hi, look at me. Where's my muse? My muse, did she leave without me? No, she's still around. Where? Okay. Hi, everyone. How are we all feeling? If you guys are feeling good, let me see you do this. Okay. If you're not feeling good, let me see you do this. I'm not seeing any hands, so we're doing a good job. All right. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us till now. If you see any empty seats in front of you, please fill it. Please fill it. So there's an empty seat here. Thank you. Is anyone here, please? Is anyone here? These two places. Oh, okay. Someone's here, right? So please move it there. Hi, my muse. You're back. I was looking for you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, guys. How are we all feeling? I hope we're all feeling good. We're about to do a really quick exercise. Who likes my exercises here? Not you doing. Not bad. Okay. I hope you like this one. So we're going to do Would You Rather. Who knows how Would You Rather goes? So I'll ask you, would you rather, and I'll give you two options, and you have to pick. Yes, but I'm taking popular opinion generally. So what I'll do is, let's make it a competition, right? If I say, would you rather do A or do B, I will tell the A's to go first, and then you guys scream. And then I'll tell the B's to go next, and then you guys scream, and we'll see. We'll make it a competition and see who wins. Okay? So we have a few options. Let's see. All right. So my first would you rather question. Would you rather have Okonjo Iweala visit your classroom for a day or co-teach with Wole Soyinka for a week? Wait, nobody should say anything yet. Have you kept your answer in your mind? I'm not getting any answers from you guys. I don't know if you guys are hearing me. Are you hearing me? Okay, what was my question? Actually, I've caught you now. So, I'm going to repeat my question because it's a competition. All right? So, would you rather have Ngozi Okonjo Iweala visit your classroom for a day or co-teach with Wole Soyinka for a week? And I don't want you to say your answer yet. So, keep your answer in your mind. And then, those for Okonjo Iweala, scream, yes! Guys, that was not very concerted. Okay, let's try again. Scream yes! Okay, so those for Wole Soyinka, scream yes! Wait, so who is winning? I'm not sure about that. Okay, let's do another one. Would you rather go back and teach yourself, your younger self, or would you rather let your younger self observe how far you've come? Again, keep your answer in your mind. Do we have our answers? I should say the question again. Okay, would you rather go back in time and teach your younger self, that you'll be your own teacher, or would you rather let your younger self observe how far you've come? So, watching you. Do we have our answers? We have our answers. Okay. So, for those who are for teaching their younger selves, scream yes. Okay. Those who are for letting their younger selves observe them now, scream yes. Why are the bees always winning? Abi, am I biased? Okay. Oh, you think I'm biased? Okay, you know what? Let's do another question. Would you rather
teach one subject. Let me pick another difficult question, actually. Would you rather have your students win a global competition, or would you rather have your teaching method and style featured in a Netflix docuseries? I'm going to take it again. So, would you rather have your students win a global competition all over the world? They're talking about your students. Or would you rather have your teaching method featured in a Netflix docuseries? Keep your answers in your mind. We're about to vote again. All right. Those for their students winning global competitions, say yes. Interesting. Those for the Netflix docuseries, say yes. Okay. Not bad. I was about to judge those of you. Okay, so the A's won it this time around. All right. I hope you guys are enjoying my exercises. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. You said, about my exercises. Did you like this one? All right. So, I know we've listened to the first conversation, the first panel, and we've talked about teaching standards. We've talked about Mr. Samuel kept mentioning that's why Lumilearn exists. And I'm sure there are a lot of questions about Lumilearn. So we're about to essentially just do a demo of Lumilearn. With this video, you get a sense of what the product experience will be like for you. One thing that we really want everyone in this room to understand is that Lumilearn, we're not just building a product from an idealistic standpoint. We're building a product that the core message of it is that it's built by teachers for teachers. Your feedback is welcome, which is why those of you who are on our mailing list, you're already a part of our community. If you're following us, you're already a part of our community. If you're watching us online, hi, you're a part of our community. And so we're doing this demo so you can get a sense of the product experience, and then by you being a part of our community, you can share your feedback, your perspective about how we can make this product stellar for you and the teachers who you are so passionate about impacting. So we go next with this, and I'll be back. Don't miss me too much, guys.
Hi everyone, I am excited to have you here today. You are welcome to Lumilearn, Africa's #1 learning marketplace. Today I'll be walking you through our landing page as well as the student and tutors dashboard on Lumilearn, our smart, flexible online learning platform designed to connect passionate tutors with eager. Hi everyone, I am excited to have you here today. You are welcome to Lumilearn, Africa's #1 learning marketplace. Today I'll be walking you through our landing page as well as the student and tutors dashboard on Lumilearn, our smart, flexible online learning platform designed to connect passionate tutors with eager learners from anywhere. Whether you are a tutor looking to grow your audience or a student ready to sharpen your skills, Lumilearn makes it simple, organized, and personal. Are you ready? Let's dive into this. What you are currently seeing is a landing page for our students. Here you can see the courses we have for every stage of learning, capturing our dear K-12 learners, students in the university, and even those who want to learn professional courses. You can also see why parents are choosing Lumilearn. Lumilearn is offering you endless opportunities, and it's very easy to get started. You can also see what our learners are saying about Lumilearn. On the tutors landing page, you can see why tutors are choosing Lumilearn. It's a community of qualified educators. You teach and earn on your terms. The course creation is easy and effortless, and you expand your reach. You can as well see what our tutors are saying about Lumilearn. Very soon, this will be your beautiful faces. Excited? There is more. From here, you can log in if you already have an account or create one. Since you don't have an account, let's create one together. You can create as either a student or a tutor. Let's begin with the student account creation. So here you fill in your info: first name, last name, email, phone number, your country of residence, and an indication if you are above or below 18. Why do we need to know if you are above 18? Simply put, we want our dear parents to see what their kids are doing online and consent to it. After this, you put in your password, click to agree to our terms, click on create account, and a 6-digit verification code will be sent to the email you gave us. Click on verify and boom, account created. Let's go to the student dashboard. Welcome to LumenLearn. Now you still need to complete your profile setup because we want to know you more. Let's complete our profile setup. Click on profile setup. Enter your date of birth. At this point, if you enter a date younger than 18, a consent form is sent to your parents. But we are all above 18, so let's move right on. You also enter your learning preference so we know what to give to you. Enter your grade, school, preferred subjects, and learning goals. If you need a one-on-one session, we will need to know when you are available. Here is where you tell us what day and time you'll be available. And then, we are ready to learn. Welcome to your personalized dashboard. On the dashboard, you get to see courses that you have started. Why is this empty? Simply because you are yet to start a course. We also recommend courses and tutors to you based off your learning preference. The dashboard also gives you a quick glance at your class schedule, your learning goals, and your activities. To get a course or find a tutor, go to Discover. Here you can find our courses with the most ratings, popularity, and our top live classes. Each course has its price, the tutor's name, the grade it's for, estimated duration to finish, and reviews to help you make the best decision. When you pick a course, you get details about that course like the description and course content. Also, you can either buy the course now or add to favorites. The flow is also the same for booking a tutor for a one-on-one session. When you click on a tutor, you see the tutor details and you can either book the tutor now or add to favorites as well. Courses you've bought, live classes you have scheduled, and tutors you book will all appear under My Learning. What is upcoming on LumenLearn? Check your schedule for upcoming live classes and extra hours. Courses and tutors you added to favorites will appear under favorites. Analytics show you how you are doing on LumenLearn. The More page helps you to set up your account and change to your preferred settings. And if you have any issue, click on Support to reach us. Click on Logout and we are back to the landing page. And that's the end of the trip for the students. Fasten your seatbelt as we begin the journey for the tutors. Once again, click on Create Account and this time around, we'll select tutors. Fill in your first name, last name, email, phone number, your country of residence. Input your password, agree to our terms. Click on Create and a 6-digit verification code will be sent to the email you gave to us. Click on Verify and then your account has been created. It's very important that as a tutor you complete your profile setup. Click on Profile Setup. Enter your date of birth and address. Then for the profile description, input the category, grade, and the courses you teach. Then upload a photo of yourself, as well as a 2-minute introductory video. After this, input your certifications, both educational and teaching. If you will be available for one-on-one sessions, then set your bookable hours and the pricing per hour. Once you are done with this, you upload your ID and do a liveliness check.
You need to know if you are above 18. Set you to set up your account and change it. Fasten your seatbelt as we begin the journey for the tutors. Once again, click on create account, and this time around, we'll select tutors. Fill in your first name.
Enter your date of birth and walkthrough video. After this, imbalance check. Courses you've sold, classes you have held, and number of enrollments. You also get an overview as to what your schedule looks like, including upcoming classes. The learning content page shows all the courses you have created for both live and recorded class and their status. To create a new course, you click on add content, choose create course, and create either a live or recorded course. All created courses appear here with their status, amount, date created, and how many people have enrolled. Same applies to quizzes and assessments. To see what is coming up for you on Lumilearn, you go to schedules and view all your upcoming live classes and extra hours. You can click on a tile to see details of the live classes and extra hours. Enrollment shows how many people have enrolled for your courses, either live or recorded. Extra hours shows all your upcoming, completed, and rescheduled bookings for extra one-on-one sessions. How much have I made this month? How can I withdraw right now? Head to the wallet and see all information concerning your money, including total amount received, amount withdrawn, and a transaction history. Analytics shows your payment breakdown over time and how your courses are faring. What are your students and those who buy your course saying about you? Did they like your course? Ratings and reviews give you an insight into this. And the more page helps you to set up your account and change to your preferred settings. And that's the end of our trip. I am pretty sure you enjoyed the trip. Thanks for listening, and we can't wait to have you on Lumilearn.
Mrs. Ebere Oluborode is a passionate educator and certified HR professional with over 9 years of experience at children's British international schools. As head of Year 5, she leads a vibrant team of teachers while remaining deeply rooted in the classroom, shaping the learning experiences of her students. Her journey into education was preceded by a background in human resources, a field she reconnected with during the COVID-19 pandemic, earning her the PHRI certification from HRCI. This blend of HR and education gives Ebere a unique perspective, one that values both academic rigor and the development of soft skills essential for success in today's dynamic world. A graduate of the University of Ibadan, Ebere is a firm believer in lifelong learning and open-minded leadership. Beyond the classroom, she enjoys reading, traveling, and exploring new cultures, experiences that continue to enrich her approach to teaching and mentoring. Please help me welcome Ebere Oluborode to the stage. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Good morning.
Okay, I was wondering, was that bio for me actually? Good morning again, everyone. May I take my seat, please? Thank you. Okay, good morning. This feels like a really hot seat, but I'll enjoy it for the time being. Okay, so good morning again, everyone, and thank you for taking time out of your very busy schedules to be here. So we'll hit the ground running. This conversation is on exploring entrepreneurship opportunities for teachers. And before I proceed, I'd like to call on our distinguished panel members. Please, I'll read your bio as so I'll do this standing, please, because they're very senior colleagues of mine, and some of them have actually trained me to be here, so I can only do that standing. Okay, so I will start from the distinguished Mrs. Abimbola Dosumu. She is the assistant head of junior school, CIS. You see why I did this standing? Okay, Mrs. Dosumu is the assistant head of junior school at CIS and a seasoned educationist with over 20 years of experience in academic leadership. I can attest to that. Curriculum development and strategic school management. From her early work in youth development during her NYSC to rise from classroom teacher to school leader, Mrs. Abimbola Dosumu has consistently driven impactful educational activities. She holds a degree from the University of Ibadan and University of Lagos and University of Buffalo, and she is a certified Montessori educator, Kobe's trainer, and beyond the classroom, she's a passionate advocate for teacher coaching, child development, and educational reform, actively mentoring, consulting, and volunteering with organizations like Teach for Nigeria, Talent Mind Education. Please, let us welcome Mrs. Abimbola Dosumu with a round of applause, please. The very beautiful, delectable Mrs. Abimbola. I'm very passionate at that. Thank you. And next on that list, I want to welcome Dr. Joy Issa. Thank you so much for the round of applause. I said I had to do this standing. There's a reason why I dare not sit, actually. So Dr. Joy is an experienced educator, a certified international school head, and a management consultant. Dr. Joy is an associate and mentor with WIMBIS and a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Management Consultants. The list just goes on and on. But currently, she also serves as a board chairman of the board of Pestis Leadership and Life Institute and a member of the Global Advisory Board for Noble and Eton UK. She's the current director of marketing and admissions at Rugby School, Nigeria in Eko Atlantic. Please, let's give her a big round of applause again. And next on the panel, I have Mr. Olushola Olumide. He's a multifaceted educator, speaker, mental health advocate, and leadership coach. I know teachers like this when we say mental health advocate. And he's a certified mental health practitioner and coach, SDG educator, and seasoned trainer. He's facilitated workforce activation, wow, for institutions like Wema Bank, ICANN, Lagos State University, Teach for Nigeria, and Yaba College of Education. He's also an author with several books, including Mental Wellness, For Blissful Marriage, and Winning Emotional Intelligence. Please, let's welcome Mr. Olushola Olumide to the panel. Please keep clapping until he joins us on stage. Thank you very much, sir. You may have your seat. Okay, now I can sit. Okay, so again, I want to welcome us to this panel discussion on entrepreneurship. And I know that every teacher here is already. Okay. Oh, wow. I will do this standing again. I want us to welcome Miss Uzama Uduma. I can read her bio offhand without anything. I can. She was on the previous panel, and she is a passionate educator. She's so resourceful, and she actually handed the year group over to me at CIS. So let's give her a round of applause. So everyone here on this panel, I want to thank you for joining us. Okay, so to the conversation, entrepreneurship are you ready? She is ready. So entrepreneurship for teachers. May I say that this is a 30-minute panel session and a 5-minute Q&A at the end. So thank you again, once again for joining us. So Jim Hunt actually said, teachers do the hardest and most difficult job in the world. And they should be respected, they should be appreciated, and paid well. And to this end, I think this conversation is just going to be that, how much are you earning? You are earning in millions, you go home with a truckload of money, and we can all celebrate our schools. Can we do that for our schools? We all earn in millions. Aren't we earning in millions? Oh, no. So that is why this conversation is actually timely. We want to explore entrepreneurship ideas, opportunities for teachers. Do teachers need to earn more? Yes. Can the school pay you what you're worth? No. So we need to look inwards and develop ourselves to the point where we can say that we're satisfied. The teacher's reward should not only be in heaven, it should be here on earth. And even in our classroom, we have rich ideas, opportunity that we can harness to develop our financial goals. A lot of us have financial goals. We want to live well, we want to live life and be fulfilled. So that's what we want to discuss on this panel. So without wasting much time, I'd like to ask you, Mrs. Dosimo. I know that you have explored so many businesses. You've done so much around entrepreneurship while maintaining your position as an educator. I'd like to ask you, how did you start your first side hustle? I'll use the term side hustle a lot. How did you start it? Why did you start it? And how is it going right now? I'd like you to share with us how that journey began for you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, LumiLearn, for this opportunity. I'm very grateful. It's always, a great pleasure to share my knowledge, and experiences with my colleagues. Everybody here is my colleague, because if we add all our years of experiences, together, I'm sure we have well over 100 or 200 years of experience in the room. And that alone should be side hustle, by the way. Yes. So, when I started teaching, I had in my head that a lot of people used to say, oh, teachers are not paid well. So first of all, I had a mindset that tells me that on this job, I'm going to be well paid. That was the first thing, my mindset. I first of all made up my mind, and then I had like 2 or 3 people that I've seen that they were teachers, and I liked the way they were. So I connected with them, and then I used to ask them a lot of questions. And then when I started my side hustle, it was a parent at where I was teaching then. Because when I was in university, I used to love to do braids a lot. And I used to go to Cotonou to go and do my braids. It lasts me the whole semester, and then I take it out and then go again. So one time, a friend of mine, the sister came from America, and then she gave me this hair, and then she was like, oh, I noticed that you do a lot of braids, this is going to be something really good for you. I didn't know the worth, but I just took it, and then I did the hair, and it lasted me, and I used the hair over and over and over again, and it was just like, this thing is not going to kind of like I was using it over and over and over and over again. Then I met a parent who was selling that hair. So I was like, oh, this hair, I've used it before, and all that. She was like, oh, yes. So I was like, okay, I can market it for you. I love to market and just tell people what I do and how I do the things that I do. So I started marketing it for her, and then after a while, she then asked me and said, Mrs. Dosumo, I see that you're interested in this thing. Do you have any money? I can show you how, or maybe I asked her something. She was like, oh, she doesn't mind. She can share how she gets the hair, for me. And then I had some money that I had saved, aside. And then excuse me, I gave her the money. She said no. She would show me how. So she showed me how. And then I started. And then I started talking to people about it. And that was how the hair business started. And that's the hair that I'm wearing. So that was how that side hustle, started. And every single time, that I do that, I, make profit. I put my profit aside. And over the years, I have multiplied, what I started with, naturally. And then why did I start the side hustle? Was because I've always believed that you cannot make, or you cannot be wealthy by one means of productivity or income. It was something that I learned from my mom, and I thought, my mom always says it in Yoruba, that that means don't eat with your 10 fingers. She would say that, oh, you can do this, you can do that, you can do this, you can do that. And then I started that. After, while doing the business of hair, my first degree was in dietetics. I read human nutrition at University of Ibadan. And I've always been so particular about health and the things that you eat and exercise. I am for it, 100%. Drink water, eat healthy, just pay attention to yourself, sleep well, and things like that. So my brother found, a kind of water somewhere in Lagos, and he told me about it, and I researched, more, and I contacted them, and then I started selling water.
Yes. I started selling water. I did that business for like 2-3 years. I projected that, oh, if I do this business for 1 year, this is what I'll make, and this is what will happen. And after 2 years, I'll be able to buy a truck. You know, and in the 2 years, the fuel price went up. And then my projection was affected. And then, because I didn't really have any business, what will I say? Training. I didn't really have any much business training. I was just kind of like building my experience on my knowledge on experience and talking to people here and there, you know, and things like that. If I'd gone for proper training in business, I think I would still be in the business of that water, because that water is everywhere right now and is selling really well. Can you guess the water? La Sena. Yes. La Sena. I was one of the starter pioneer, you know, distributor. Yes, you know, I bought a lot of bottles and I was using my car, you know, the car I was driving then, I was using it, you know, to do the supply, pick it up, and I was, my WhatsApp, I'll tell the people, just, you know, market it and all that. Because for me, wealth is in me. Wealth is not what I'm going to get. Wealth is who I am. So because of that, anything around me that I see and enjoy, if you notice, the two things I've shared with you were things that I like, were things that I could see out of myself, and then I extended myself. And of course, tutoring as well. Tutoring, you know, of course, is something that I will encourage every educator, you know, to do. Aside just the general tutoring, you have to master your skill. Because the referrals that I've gotten has been from people that have taught the kids over the years, and the way and how that I've tutored the kids. The interest in them, showing of personal interest in their growth, you know, in their journey, in their experiences, and not only just teaching them, but also helping them with life skills. So it was not just tutoring the children, it was also helping them with life skills at the same time. So for me, I also, in the process of all these experiences that I was gathering, I was also learning about financial literacy. Because that is something that I think every teacher should learn. Financial literacy. It's not just
did we
about
hear that?
earning.
Everybody, I'm sorry to interrupt you,
okay.
but did we actually take that on board?
Yes.
Financial literacy.
Financial literacy.
The numbers.
Yes.
I'll just give 2 seconds, Mrs. Dosu.
Okay, because with financial literacy, you learn how to take your money, multiply it, make it bigger and better, and learn about different areas and places where you can invest. That was the time that I picked up selling of land. But I didn't get enough training at the point. So I only did it for about 6 months. Another thing that I'm also interested is makeup, because I love makeup. So I trained myself. And I've done it for like, you know, not to collect money, but I've helped like 2 or 3 brides, you know, to kind of like do it, you know, and not charge them, but I was just testing myself.
Oh, wow.
So there are
That's
many
interesting.
things as teachers that we can do to
Oh,
be
great.
able to get good side hustles, you know, and all that. So
Wow.
for me, you have to be able to know where your money is going. I see a lot of teachers make a lot of money, but they don't know where their money is going.
Brilliant. Can we give Mrs. Dosumo a big round of applause? Mrs. Dosumo, thank you for that. And I'll pick on 2 things. You talked about the mindset. For me, that is the starting point. If you have a failure mentality, I cannot do it. You know, we always talk about something great. What is your mind saying? If your mindset has already been defeated, then you cannot even do anything. I hear a lot of teachers say, oh, I'm just a teacher. I can't do anything. I'm just a teacher. The system does not pay me well. The economy is not good. Teachers are poor. And you started this conversation by saying, it starts with your mind. I am a firm believer that if you get it right with your mind, you can actually win. Okay, thank you so much. I really enjoyed that conversation. Another round of applause for her. Okay, so this leads me to the next conversation there. I have the growth mindset. My mindset is right. And you talked about the numbers. I'm also a big fan of numbers. What are my numbers saying? Am I making profit in this venture? Or am I just doing it for the fun of it? So how, Mrs. Isa, I'd ask you then, because I know that you run a profitable business, and I would like you to tell us, how do I channel my passion into making profit at the end of the day? How is this not a charity event, and at the end of the day, I go home tired? You're running a business. You're looking at your books. How have you channeled your passion into making profit, thereby, building wealth for yourself in this journey as an educator?
So I think the first question might be, are you sure I'm making a profit?
I can tell that you are making a profit. I know you, Mrs. Isa. You will not venture into anything that doesn't make profits. But then again, please tell us, are you making profits?
Yeah. So in my current hustle, which is now a side hustle, no. However, let me circle back and go back to the beginning when I was in class. And I love what Mrs. Josumo said about translating your passion into the hustle. A lot of us sometimes are inspired by these conferences and are like, I'm going to find that. What is the name of this hair, Mrs. Josumo? What is the name of the water? What is the name of this? But it's not connected to me. What you are able to sell is what you connect with. And for us as educators, we teach. So we can very easily sell tutoring. We can very easily say, this is who I am, this is what I do. In order to sell tutoring and make it profitable, because the tutoring for me was highly profitable. In fact, at some point, my fees were $30 an hour. And this is as far back as 2006, 2007. Yes, and I was being paid. Side hustle. My salary was nowhere near there. Another time, someone called me, Mrs. Isa, please, can you come and help me? This is before I got the doctorate. Miss Isa, please, can you come and help me? I have this center, I'm tutoring some children there, and in 3 weeks, I don't know what year this was, maybe my salary was like 150 or 180 or something like that. And in a 2-week period, I earned like 140 something for how many hours? You must refine your skills. What kind of teacher are you? What kind of skills do you have? And how are you able to project those skills to your world? You might think, I don't need to speak well. Yes, you do, to be able to teach certain kinds of children. Or I don't need to tuck in my shirts and wear fine dress. Yes, you do, to be able to teach certain kinds of people. So when you improve yourself, refine your craft, then you can have the referrals, and then you can charge an arm and a leg. And the people who have the money to pay an arm and a leg will pay you. So that became profitable for me. Teaching is very profitable for me as a person, absolutely. Because you have to pay me a lot of money to get me to come and talk to you. But I did not get here in one day. So you cannot suddenly become Mrs. Isa or Dr. Isa. You go to school. You invest. I love one of the things you said. You were saving money as you were working with a desired objective. And whenever you saw the opportunity, you would be like, how do you do this? Can I learn so that I can engage? One of the things that has also helped me is just trying to balance myself. So, she has energy. She's like a Duracell battery that doesn't go out. I don't have that much energy, so I can't run 4 side hustles at the same time. I don't have the energy. But usually I'll have like 2. Just 2. She has like 4. So more than 4, right? Exactly. So you need to know yourself. So I cannot be Mrs. Josumo. No. I will, my family will be praying for me. Because I'll neglect my family. But don't sit and rely on the one source of income. And that's one of the things Lumi Learn I love about the platform. We saw the video. You're able to tutor. You're even able to record your content, polish it up. So they help us polish, and we record our content and put online, and some ching, 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 ching is dropping while you're asleep. Amazing opportunity.
But you can imagine the skills you need to be able to, connect with and to go through the training. And also, what do you like? What do you enjoy? I love to share knowledge. I love information. I like to write books, and I see my colleague over there with lots of books. We like that kind of thing. That, again, is another side hustle. So if you're not the speaker, you don't have to speak to, sit on the panel, but you can talk one-on-one. You can train, you can coach. What do you like to do? Find that out. Find your USP, your unique selling point, and make it unique. Invest the time and energy you need to polish off your skills. It takes time. Be patient. Invest that time, and then you blow, as we say here. And blowing is to different degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
So take your time. There's no rush. But this idea that we're very poor people in education, we're poor teachers, we need to deal with that first, and then when the opportunities come, we can leverage those opportunities and move forward.
Wow. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to Mrs. Isa. I am blowing. I don't know about you, but I'm on the path to blow. Thank you. And Mrs. Isa, I like the fact that you just said you need to find your niche. That thing that makes you unique. Like Mrs. Dosumo, not everyone will sell hairs. Not everyone will be a public speaker. But what are you good at? But then again, you must develop your craft. Polish yourself. I know in the last conversation, in the last panel, we talked about teacher development. And somebody said, my school did not train me. I have not been trained. They didn't tell me to do that training. No. What are you doing for yourself? Because someone would always say, that certificate is yours at the end of the day. That knowledge is yours. That skill is what nobody can take away from you. If we do not leave here with anything, is the fact that Mrs. Dosumu rightly said, I was putting money away for my development. What are you putting your money aside to do? Are you waiting for your school to train you? Or are you taking that challenge to say, this is, I think we need to sort of have the path clear. This is what I want to do, and begin to channel resources, time, and energy to do those things. And really, if you channel your resources, you will be the best. Channel your time. Most times, you don't just spend the time to, refine our craft. So that leads me to another question, Mr. Olushola. Again, teachers will say, I don't have time. I go to work, I mark books, I do reports. Where do I find the time? How do I balance that time that I have in school? How do I balance it with making a business or entering a side hustle that would assure me, a profitable income? So let's talk about time management. How can teachers manage their time better?
Thank you very much, man.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'm really grateful for the first two speakers. They've been so wonderful. I'm grateful to be here, and that I'm talking to educators. Mrs. Dosumo spoke about mindset, and she also reiterated that fact. If you spell the word poor, P-O-O-R, it means passing over opportunity repeatedly. Poor.
Passing over opportunities repeatedly. Okay.
You don't even need to struggle, you'll be poor. There is a fundamental challenge within the education sector. For a sizable number, we see it as the last resort when we couldn't go to where we wanted to go. Education will absorb everybody. So you are not even proud of your craft. If there's anything that has given me so much money, it is this education of it. And I tell people I'm a proud teacher. Anywhere, any day. Then, the strength or the level of your expertise determines the strength of your negotiation. Write it down. Number 3, the level of your expertise determines the strength of your. If you add up mentioning $30, no be today. So, then number 3, consumption is a function of perception, not necessarily of quality. That means when somebody perceives you good, they pay. If you look at the brands toothpaste or whatever, some of us are stuck with a particular brand, not because it's better than the other brand, but over the years, it's our perception. You wonder why there is so much advert. They want to tinker with our perception of that product. Then, before I talk about time management, the fourth thing I want you to go with and pay attention to this. Education is actually meant to do three things in our life. Number one, education is meant to damage our ignorance. Number two, education is meant to make our mind. Number three, education is meant to give us certification. But in this part of the world, we have put number three as number one. So we have a bunch of graduates who lack expertise. And one of the most terrible things that can happen to you in life is to be referred only for you to drop the ball. You have embarrassed yourself. You have also embarrassed the person that referred you. Now, when we talk about time management, there is actually nothing like time management. You only manage your activities within the time. Time is not within you and I control. You can't manage what is outside your control. Incidentally, God is so magnanimous enough, He has given everybody common platform, which is 24. So, you are not going to have a seconds in addition. So it is that same 24 you're going to work with. How meticulous, how intentional, how determined you are within those 24 hours goes a long way. Now, I read a book, and I want you to get it. So good that it cannot be ignored, by Carl Newport. It's about 700 pages. I read the book in 8 days, and I read it when commuting. That's number one. So by the time I'm coming down, if you think we journey together, yes, we do, but we are no longer on the same spot, even though we are lighting the same place. Number two, we are products of our mind. No matter how tired you are, when you have an assignment to do, you discover that you are awake. So I tell my colleague, we may go to bed the same night, but by the time I'm still awake to 2, 3 a.m., we'll still wake up the following morning, we meet in the office. But I've shifted from where you were. Then people keep asking, how do you have time? In the real sense of it, I tell people I'm not busy. Don't I have time to sleep? Don't I eat? Don't I play? It's almost like a cliche. We are deceiving ourselves. If somebody tells you you are too busy, you are not busy. Take that from me. Now, you now need to settle down. Over time, when I came in, I saw what was being projected. If you onboard that platform, you are doing something you don't need to repeat. It keeps making money for you going forward. Yes or yes? Yes. If you are in a repetitive task and you refuse to automate the repetitive task, you are going to die before your time. Automate it. Now, when you're talking about entrepreneurship, I categorize it into two. One is within our sector. There's so much value chain within the education sector that we are not even exploring. You have been teaching for 5, 7, 10 years. You are sitting on a gold mine. You should be a go-to person. I have my first degree and second degree in finance and financial management, but I train on mental health and emotional intelligence, and you pay $150 a month. In 4 weeks, your money is expired. But I will put it to you that don't pay. When I'm done, if you are not satisfied, you are free to go. I'm so sure to that level. For January 1 this year, my 8th book came out. I don't need to rewrite them. If I exhaust the print, I just go back to the printer. They print. And those books are expensive. And you know the funny thing I've experienced? It is only in the midst of teachers they don't buy. It's our mindset. You are not just poor in your pocket. You are first poor in your mind. I said, it's too much. I attended to a client in the US. By the time I was done, a couple, I needed to batch on the lady. I said, I saw your body language when I told you how much I'm going to collect. You're like, kilo first, John Wallen. I said, but we are done with the class now. She laughed and laughed and laughed that you have done justice to it. So, within your time, you have 24. You wake up, you know the time you resume in school. Your free hour, this is a festive period. People may be whining and dining, but you know your case is different. Some people are not here now because they are whining and dining somewhere. What I used to tell people is this: rice no be the thing where my matter require. There are events you invite me to. If it clashes with the event where I'm going to get knowledge, I will not come. You are doing wedding, I will ask, am I the one to join you? They said no. Am I the father of the bride? They said no. So even if I'm not there, nobody knows. They say yes. I will not. I will only apologize. Hello? Hello, sir. You don't even need to become, you don't need to be a family member of the people doing function. When you are relevant, they invite you. Relevance. So, plan your time. I have told you, it will not shift more than 24. Then ask yourself, how many hours do I sleep? Okay, my idle time is good. You have Android. Then, by the way, if you see me buy any phone, no matter how expensive it is, I tell the phone the day I buy it, uncle, you are not here to play. You go make your money back.
Ooh.
So it's not that you see big phone in my hand and say the man is using. No, I didn't buy it for the fashion of it. I bought it, yes. And if you have rich poor daddy, rich daddy poor daddy, you will understand between asset and ability. Moreover, I'm a finance professional, so I know how it works. Then there are certain money we throw away, just the way we throw time away.
Okay.
A little here, you have been on social media for the last 1 hour, you are laughing. Yes, it's therapeutic. Beyond being therapeutic, what does it add to you? You need to consciously tell yourself, see, we are product of our mind. If you choose not to sleep overnight, you may not sleep. Write 1 page at a time. By the time 365 days is over, you
would
have
have written 365 pages. Oh, wow.
You can sell it. Take, for example, parent comes. They come to you, Mr. So-and-so, my boy. I have a message here. A woman told me I dash you my son.
Ooh.
If he's okay, then you can lend him back to me.
Oh, wow.
Apart from being a teacher in the youth development, I also play there. Then I do a lot of volunteering. I do a lot of free service. Those free services will now leave my client to go and tell others.
Wow.
I started teaching.
This is
because I grew up in a slum. I grew up an orphan. I've lost both parents before I was 13. So when God had mercy on me, the first thing I do was to trap that problem within the slum. I will knock at their door one by one and say, bring your children. They will tell me they don't have money, but they have money to go to Owambe. It's a poverty mentality.
Wow.
I will tell them, don't pay. Just bring them. Buy 2 books for them. 2 books. And for me, talking is my hobby. I don't get tired.
Okay, sir, we are going to continue this conversation when
very
everyone is out of here. Can we give a resounding applause? I know without a doubt that we are fired on. I mean, if this is all this conference is about, I'm ready to go home. Thank you very much, sir. For me, you have given us words that any teacher that is serious-minded would leave this conference completely transformed. Please, let's give him another round of applause. And sir, I'll take on some of the things you said. And you know, again, being a firm believer that you must connect what you do to a purpose. A lot of time we're not connecting our teaching to a purpose. So it's just, I'm going to the classroom to teach. What is the purpose? The greater purpose would keep pushing you. Yes, sir, please.
So that one, what our moderator just opened up now.
Okay, so
I pray I will not start talking.
Okay.
Now,
I am ready to sit under your tutorship, sir.
Write 6 questions down. Write
it down. 6 and we'll
just write 6 down. Number 1, who? Number 2, why? Number 3, what? Number 4, how? Number 5, where? Then number 6, when? Hold on. If you look at the word who are you? The word who there start from which letter? The word are there start from which letter? And the word you start from which letter? W-A-Y is what? Knowing who you are is the way.
This is great.
Self-awareness. Now, the word who there speaks to personality discovery. People are looking for purpose. when they have not sorted out the question of who. That's
Wow.
why it's not working.
Thank you very much. Sir, can I come to you for a personalized class after now? Please, a round of applause. Well done, sir. Thank you. Words or nuggets? These are words or nuggets from your conversation. The level of your expertise determines the strength of your negotiation. Teachers, please never, that for me is a personal takeout. I must go and sharpen my craft. It goes without saying. If you sharpen, someone says that your level of preparedness is determined by your expertise. So thank you very much, sir. And you say that, this book, if we wrote down the book so good you can't be ignored. By Carl Millpot. Okay, thank you very much. And something you kept saying was automating your process. You want teachers, because you see, we can't be manual again. We must automate our processes. The world has gone digital. How do we key into these things? I bet you, sir, there's some teachers that do not know how to use a laptop. Yes. Some schools are not even buying into it. They say that the children will be lazy. How can teachers automate their processes? So I'm sorry, I want to ask next, I will come back to you, sir. So, Miss Yu, I know you're very big on digital learning, digital skills. How can teachers make their life easier? How can they use the digital skills available? Is ChatGPT bad? Is email bad? Is all these conversations that are ongoing? One house, please. Teachers are not actually keen into these things, and the children are light years ahead of us. They're digital natives, like someone would rightly say. So how can teachers use these digital tools available to better their lives and their crafts as teachers?
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Dr. Isa, thank you very much. Mrs. Osumbu, well done, thank you so much. Mr. Olushola, I've read all your books, like just listening to all the books you have in your hand. I've read all of them because look at his mouth, it's like
I can attest to that.
I've read all of it just by listening to you. Thank you so much. Okay, so before I talk about digitalization, because really in the first panel we talked about, I also mentioned that we've moved into technology. And it's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. So don't run away from it, embrace it. But before I talk about that, I want to say something. I developed a course some time ago because I'm big on content creation. When we talk about skills and passion and all that, I love creating. I can sit down here and design a course. So I want to say something about teachers and skills. When we're talking about side hustle, there's something we need to take home. And I would like you to, we have the 4 quadrants by Leader in Me, the 4. Yes. But the quadrants I want to talk about, I developed it, and it has to do with your skills. When you talk about skills as a person, as a teacher, and I developed it from the teacher angle, so many times, like I think Dr. Issa said, you see yourself as a teacher. That's all you are. No, you are more than that, way more than that. So the 4 quadrants I developed, it's called, the first quadrant is your natural skills. So you have your natural skills. Your natural skill is, maybe you love singing. Like you can wake up and you can sing. Maybe you love cooking. Like you don't need to do anything to use it. That's your natural skill. Second quadrant is what I call transferable skills. And that's the one we don't utilize at all. As a teacher, you have transferable skills. Your transferable skills are the things you can do based on your role as a teacher. You write reports, you teach, you plan events. There's a book I wrote, it's called 30 Hats Teachers Wear. You don't even know how much you have. You're a mother, you're a father, you're a counselor, you're a Google. You're Google. Wait, they always come to you to ask, what does this mean? You're Google. And when you don't know it, really? You are a teacher, but you don't know it? So they expect that you know everything. You're a tailor. You're a doctor. You're everything that you don't even know. So your transferable skills are the things you can do, the skills you have developed or that you have, or you don't even know that you have, but you can harness it based on what you do. Those are your transferable skills. You have eyes for details. You can edit. I edit for a living. I edit and collect money from people as my side hustle. Yes. I I do ghost writing. I write books for people and they pay me big money and I move on. Those are the things I have learned because I am a teacher. I write lesson notes. You write lesson notes, you plan. So those are my transferable skills. I have eye for detail. I do all of these things. Conflict resolution. There are so many things. Soft skills. That's quadrant number 2.
Miss you.
Quadrant number 3
Please wrap up.
is your solution-driven skills. I call them solution-driven skills. That means what are the things you can do, the services you can render, and people can pay you. Those are your solution-driven skills. The last one is transformational skills. That's now you can train other people and transform them and they can do it. So you see these 4 quadrants, do not play with it as a teacher. Now, how do we use the digital space? We say that, you know, you mentioned it, like there are some people who don't even know how to. When I do trainings, people are asking me, please, what's Google Drive? Like,
true.
This is real. Oh, this is real. What is PDF? I can't open, I sent a PDF to somebody, I'm like, please, what do I do with this? I have to explain. We're all doing, but that is reality.
True.
So you cannot, as a teacher, not be tech savvy. Again, like I said in the last panel, go on YouTube and learn how to do these things. I am a Canva diva. I design things on Canva. Like he said, my phone is my office. I can sit down here and design slides, presentation slides on Canva. Nobody taught me how to use Canva. I didn't do. I learned how to do it. So one thing is that we have to be explorative. We have to explore. Canva doesn't break. I will tell people. Explore.
Explore.
If you,
That's
it's
the
like
word.
copy and paste. If it doesn't work, you change it. It will not spoil.
It
So
will not spoil.
don't be afraid to explore. Try it out. Go on Coursera. Go on FutureLearn. Go on YouTube. Go
on LumiLearn.
Go on
LumiLearn.
LumiLearn. Embrace technology.
Okay.
That's the beautiful thing about technology.
Wow.
It doesn't break. It will not
doesn't
spoil.
break.
So
And
embrace
it doesn't
It's not
spoil.
going anywhere.
Let's give a round of applause to Miss You. And I can attest, I know all the wonderful things she does with technology. I've been a beneficiary and she's taught me so much. So with that, our distinguished panels, I wish we have more time. If we had more time, we would have taken questions, but we'll just have one question from the audience. If there is any question, just one from the audience. We can't take parting words from our distinguished panel, but any question?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, please, I would like to know, as an educator, how can you give your very best? Just like if you know you have so many things you can do, how can you give? Somebody once told me, a jack of all trade and a master of none. Do you agree with that? Being a jack of all trade and being a master of none, that's number one. Number two, how can you as an educator give your very best in the classroom and also give your very best to your side also, that you would not get drained? It will not be draining. It will not show on you physically.
Okay. So, thank you so much for that question. The truth is that I don't really agree to that saying at 100%. No. But for me, first of all, find something that you know that interests you, that you can sell easily and talk about to people like this very easily. Invest in it and then be the best of yourself in that area. Then while in the classroom, like he said, there's nothing like time management. I've always said that to people because we only have 24 hours. So while you have your timetable in your classroom, don't take books home. You see, that ICT time, that art time, that music time. When I was in the classroom, everybody knows me. I don't go and be talking to other people. No, I don't have the time. I just stay, mark my time. This is what I need to do at this time. I need to mark assessment papers. I need to give the children feedback. And I manage it within the school time. So that by the time I'm leaving, I have closed
You're done for the
from
day.
the school. And then I'm going home to do any other thing that I need to do.
Wow. Thank you very much. And Mrs. Dosmi, will this count as your last word? Do you want to give a parting word quickly?
For
30
me,
seconds.
I would like to just say that, first of all, you have to invest in your mind.
Okay.
Invest in your mind. Read books. Read books. That is one thing I'll be very grateful for my brother for. My brother helped me to develop that skill at a very, very early stage of my life. I read books, and I still read books. Dr. Issa was asking me, what was in my bag? And my bag. And I have books that I'm reading there. And then when I read, I write things down. I like to write things down. So I write things down so that I can come back to it over and over again. Then believe in yourself. Invest in you. Your mindset, believe in yourself, then invest in yourself. Build, connect with people, learn, read, invest and invest and invest in yourself. When you have a right mindset and you build yourself and you already know who you are, because when he was saying it, like who, W-A-Y is the way. When you know who you are, then you will be able to achieve any goal that you set for yourself.
Wow. Thank you very much, Mrs. Dosmi. Dr. Mr. Olushola, please, parting words quickly, 30 seconds.
Thank you. Let me quickly say one or two things. The more talented you are, the higher the chances of your confusion. Therefore,
True.
Yes.
True.
So you need what we call laser focus.
Okay.
Then pick your giftings one at a time. You will find out there is what we call interconnectedness among those skills. Then the one you have got mastery in, you can put it aside, then go to the next. While learning the next, the mastery for the first is not going to do it.
True.
So you master jack of all, master of none is not true. You can really multitask and do many things. Then you can what we call OTP. OTP, OTM, other people's money, OPM, then other people's time.
Wow.
You can send people on errand while you pay them. They are working for you. You are in class, somebody is delivery for you. You're going to give them commission. So that is what we call other people's time. You can use other people's money. But trust is key. As you go, I just want to plead with you. If there's anything, make up your mind. You are going to be that teacher with a difference.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Issa, last words, please.
I'm reminded of Malcolm Gladwell's book, The Outliers, where he shared this issue of mastery. And he says, to become a master in something, you need to do it for 10,000 hours at least. So think about how long you have been teaching science, how long you've been leading the department, how long you've been teaching English. Have you done this for 10,000 hours? Have you gained mastery? When you gain mastery, then you can set a premium. Then you can say, yes, I need to be paid a premium for this service. A platform like LumiLearn helps you gain mastery, go through the training, for example, to improve your craft. So that when you come through this and you pitch yourself on the tutor platform, right? And say, okay, this is the teacher I am, this is how much I'm charging for my services, bang. So invest the time, the money. I paid for literally 90% of all my professional development all through my 30 years in education.
Wow.
I paid myself. I saved my money. I didn't buy new hair. I didn't buy new bags. I didn't, because I was doing for my doctorate was where I spent the most, and it almost, I was bankrupt, really. But the results are well worth it. True. So invest. You don't have to buy, I'm not spoiling your business, but you don't have to buy the hair now. Wait, you don't have to do the things now because you are investing so that you can reap delayed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am, for that. A round of applause. And Miss Yu, last words, please.
Okay, so what I want to say is niche down, niche deep. And that answers that question as well. Sometimes what we teachers like to do is today you're selling egg. Tomorrow you're doing another thing. The next day you're doing, that nobody knows you for anything. So you need to niche down. Once you are known for something, then you can niche wide. That's how it works. So get that thing that you want to be known for. If they want to write a textbook, I'm writing an English textbook at the moment. They will say, oh, that is Miss Uzoma. She can do that. So niche down first before you niche wide. Be known for something before going out wide. And another thing is sometimes there's something called what is it called now? Clash of interests. So yes, conflict of interest. So in all of this, make sure whatever you're doing is not clashing with the school where you're working. That is a big deal, because sometimes you're like, sometimes you now focus your attention more on your side hustle than what is giving you the money and the platform, because sometimes the school actually gives you the platform to do whatever you're doing. So make sure you always put the school first, and then, like she said, put time for yourself as well. But niche down before you niche wide.
Oh, wow. And my parting word is, we all need to go watch this session again and again, the law of repetition. And please follow all of these amazing educators on their social media handle. Can we give them a standing ovation, please? Thank you. Please, standing ovation. I hope you don't mind. This has been an insightful one. I want to say thank you to every one of you. Thank you so much, ma'am and sir. This is my first time doing this. I hope to do this again and again. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. Please.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to have photos right away. Can we have Mr. Oseni, Mr. Obafemi, Adekorede, and the plaques, please? All right, so that was a really good one. And now I'm back with my exercises. I'm looking at my muse and her seat partner. I don't know why, but I really love the smiles around here. Don't worry, you guys. It's not partiality, but... Okay, so based on the conversation about entrepreneurship for teachers and the key nuggets that have been taken, what we want to do is we want to see if we can get one person, maybe two, to quickly do, and we'll time it all, a 60-second rapid-fire pitch about how they want to approach entrepreneurship, a side hustle that they want to. Okay, I'll time it. So, okay, that's one taker. Do we have anybody else who wants to do that? And there's a prize. There's actually a prize. Okay, I saw your hand first, so you'll be my second person. All right, one house, please. Guys, we will not start, so if you don't... Well, we've taken someone else. I might come back to you. Might. Okay? All right. So, yes, thank you so much. So you introduce your name, and then tell us in 60 seconds. Let me start my timer, and let's see what that looks like. But the purpose of this is to charge everyone else to immediately apply the knowledge that has been shared
into how you can implement it in your life, right? Your time starts. Please stand up. Your time starts now.
Yes, hello everyone. Hello everyone, Israel Alamu is my name, and I am a passionate educator, a social entrepreneur, a media entrepreneur, and a publicist. Of course, your events, your weddings, your birthdays need me because I MC, and my MC stage name is MC One Nation. Trust me, when I host your event, you're not going to like it. You're going to love your marriage. You're going to love your birthday. And yes, your children definitely need me. That child of yours that is struggling to learn can definitely be more productive when I tutor him or her. Trust me, your child is going to be something bigger than you can expect. So yes, educator, publicist, media entrepreneur, social entrepreneur, because I make impact, because I'm not just making money, I also make impact. So thank you very much for having me, and you will never regret having me. Thank you very much. Israel Amu it's my name once again, and you can also call me MC One Nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, MC One Nation. Please give him a round of applause. That was a really good one. All right. So please come out. Yes. Please come out. And you actually were very much on time because your timer just went off now. So hold it. I'll let you know when to start. Okay. To the middle. Okay. What are you doing again? Yeah. So you're just going to pitch, do like a 60-second pitch about your entrepreneurial, yeah. So in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, hello everyone. I am Okotu Eunice. I am currently an ELS teacher. I actually studied mathematics education in Delta State University. But as time went on, I saw a need in the school system where we see children who are in Basic 5, JSS 3, they cannot read, and they're preparing for external exams. So how do they cope? So I saw that need in the community where I was, and I decided to take on that shoe, and I went for trainings. Like we've heard, I branded myself, I learned my craft, and with time, I began teaching children phonics, and I can tell you, for the past 2 years I've been doing it, we've had tremendous results, where children who basically do not even know how to say A before, cannot read, write, spell, and their parents are amazed. And we've taken it globally. Right now, I tutor online, and I'm currently teaching children in over 3 different countries. And their parents are amazed. Like, they keep coming back and wanting to come with me. So currently, on all social media platforms, my name remains Okotu Eunice. Thank you.
Thank you. And interestingly, she's also the first winner of Dr. Bimbo Ogundere's prize. Yes. All right. So I'll let you know where to start, and then you can tell us about what you do.
Yes.
Good afternoon. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Unlike the previous speakers, they had started their side hustles. But as Mrs. Dosumu was talking, something came to my mind. I'm a writer. I love writing. So why can't I just use ChatGPT? I know how to use ChatGPT. I know how to use Canva. I can just start writing ebooks. Use ebooks. I can write, like what he said, how to manage time, which is part of our problems as teachers, how to parenting, relationships, health. There are lots of things you can write on. So I just sat, and when she was talking, oh, I can start this. I have read books on how to actually write ebooks, and immediately she said it, something just sparked in me. I was like, yes, I can do this, and that's what I will do. Thank you.
Wow, that was timely. And I want to say that everyone who did the pitch will get to go away with, okay, in a second.
I want to throw 2 speakers under the bus. So come and talk to Mrs. Dosumu and Miss Yu to help you with your writing after you finish. Come and talk to them. One hour free. They will give you free. 1 hour. You know how much you have to pay for that? It's a lot of money. So 1 hour each.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joy, for helping us. And also, every single one who did the pitch will also walk away with a data bundle courtesy of LumiLearn. So please, when you're leaving, meet the people at the front desk and tell them, like, give them the details. They have that information to collect. All right. And so we're moving to the next part. I'm so happy that you said what you said. because the next part of this, the next item on the agenda is a fireside chat. And essentially, we're talking about AI and its impact in digital classrooms. And it's so interesting that she talked about AI tools like ChatGPT and Canva and all of these other tools and resources. So we'll be diving straight into the fireside chat. And the first speaker, or the first speaker, will be our one and only Dr. Joy Issa. Please help me give her a round of applause. All right. And then to join Dr. Joy Issa on the stage will be a representative from the tech team that is building the amazing product called LumiLearn. His name is Joshua Nnamani. Where are you, Joshua? All right. Please keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you. And I'll just give you, we've all heard about Dr. Joy's prowess in the education space, but let me give you a bit of background about Joshua, and then we'll start. So Joshua is an experienced and highly skilled software engineer focused on back-end development with over half a decade of experience building scalable, high-performance, and sustainable systems. With a proven track record of working with startups, he has helped bring complex systems to life, improving user experience, streamlining operational processes, and driving business growth. Joshua thrives in environments that demand both technical depth and architectural foresight. And interestingly also, I'll be hijacking him into the marketing team sometime soon. So, all right, please go ahead.
I just want to say I feel so small being here. There have been so many great minds, so many great insights. I feel like having half a decade experience is too small, but I will try to do.
It's all relevant experience, so it's powerful.
Yeah. So we are talking about AI beyond classrooms, and it's been a fun conversation starting here because we are in a space where we are challenged. We are challenged as a society, challenged as a community, challenged as a country. You get me? I think the amazing thing about Nigeria is Nigerians. Yeah. If we go beyond Nigerians, we will end up complaining and nagging till the world ends. Yeah. So how do we, the question now is, with these challenges, with this never facing challenges, and it's painful because I don't know what Gen Z, I don't know if I'm Gen Z or Gen Alpha or Gen Omega. I'm Gen Z, oh, thank you. Yes, but it's painful because the same challenge the previous generation faced is the same challenge we're facing. So, and it's almost the same attitude, the same culture. Yes, so my first question or my first thought or my first argument is the culture of self-preservation. Now, we have teachers. I grew up in the north. I had all my levels of education in the north. And in higher education, I had a challenge, or I noticed a challenge about self-preservation. So we find out that teachers or lecturers or tutors at that level of education are finding it difficult to be intentional, to give as much as they have. They pride themselves in failing students. They pride themselves in making things difficult.
I have a lecturer's name in my head.
Yeah, they pride themselves in, and it's funny because I have a friend that is studying in a school in Canada. I don't want to mention names, and I asked her, I said, what's your experience? Like, you just finished from a school in Nigeria and you're in Canada doing your master's. What's the experience being in a class with white people? And she's like, it's different. Her professor walked up to her and told her that, would you want a PhD after this? I could recommend you for a PhD. Yes, so we are finding ourselves with a problem. I like to call it, I don't use too much vocabulary, but it's like democratization of knowledge. Is knowledge accessible? Is knowledge everywhere? So let me leave a teacher to help us, to tell us if that is, if there's a solution to that.
I love that. How do we democratize education? Because right now for us, it is in the hands of a few. And if we don't scale past those few people, you cannot get the PhD, you can't get the, you can't pass the exam. But I think that's where AI comes in, right? Because once there is good access, once the teacher, the person in front of you is able to show you, like we've heard from the panelists today, the YouTube videos that you can watch, the platform you can access, they're able to say, okay, what AI tool, what do I need to know, and how can I find it? I remember many years ago, so I liked humor, right? So my daughter said to me then, how did you people used to survive without Google? Like, I don't know what she was doing and what she was, and she just, how do you people survive without Google? And in my usual sarcastic manner, I said, oh, there are these things called libraries where we used to go to, and there are these things called books. And you find them in libraries, and they were very good. And she just kind of rolled her eyes at me like she has started again. But I was making a point. The young people now have access to information that we used to hide textbooks. Or people, I hated that. People will hide the textbook, put it in the wrong place, and you go to the library, you can't find it. And then you don't pass your exam. You remember, you mean you people did it too? My goodness. So now, all they have to do is even use Google Scholar to get the peer-reviewed articles. So you can get proper knowledge. It is democratized. Access is open if you know what to do and you know how to get it. So where the teacher would own it and hog that information now, it's a bit better. But I think there's still the challenge of the willingness to even explore the tools, right? Yes. Because not everybody wants to know, thank you. Not everybody wants to know, wants to invest the time into going to check, oh, what is Google Scholar? It's different from Google. So everybody here, you should know Google Scholar and you should use it. Not just a Google search. What are these extra tools? But for us, I must confess, sometimes we come across as being dinosaurs. No offense. But we want to stay in the ancient and leave the modern. And so we feel the young people, you guys, you don't like to touch paper. You just want to mess up your eyes on screen time. And so you look at us as if we're being dinosaurs and we're going to go extinct. We think you still need us. But how do we now manage that, transition? How do we say, okay, don't be a dinosaur, understand the AI tools, but we still need to help you learn how to think.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the bridge for us as educators. Yes, we know the tools of the trade are changing, but the goal remains the same, to get our children to think so they come out as independent, responsible adults. So if I throw the question back at you now, how do you think the older teachers, how should they manage that bridge? And, I don't know. There's so many thoughts racing in my head because of the panel. But how do they go across to say, okay, some of us are afraid of technology. I remember Mrs. Josumo one time said, you break the internet. Just use it. It will not scatter. But some of us think it will. And sometimes the young people make us feel like, it's going to break. So how do we even, I don't know what to call it, a bridge. How do we cross that bridge? How do we marry that? How do we just embrace or move closer to embracing technology and AI in particular in our practice?
I think you mentioned one problem first. I feel like it doesn't give justice to the entirety of the problem. Okay. But then you then gave justice and you mentioned the foremost problem personally to me is that I feel we need to let go of the dinosaur attitude. Yes, so most times the problem is not the willingness to learn. The problem is you feel that you've achieved too much in life to go back and learn.
Say it again. So the problem is I've achieved too much. I may feel that I already have a doctorate. I've been doing this for 30 years. What are you going to tell me?
Yeah, but 30 years is enough time for things to change. And there's an impact on change. Mr. Agbola, I liked his group, Changing Impacts.
Yes.
So that's the name of the group here, Changing Impact and Change Makers.
Yes.
And the name achieves two things. We are making change and we are open to change.
Yeah.
You get me? And I think that's the shift in the attitude we need. So you've done something for 30 years. It can change.
Yeah.
So I did a course. I'm fortunate enough to have studied computer science, and I'm fortunate enough to also be software engineering. Not everybody's fortunate enough like that. I was speaking to my counselor, my personal counselor 2 days ago, and she's a senior bank manager, and she studied agriculture. You get, so there's a difference. But I'm fortunate enough, so I could juxtapose what I've learned from school and my current career certain times when I found certain challenges. And one course hits my head, transportation algorithm. I did in my 300 level. He's a professor that excelled in saying nobody gets more than C. Yes, he excelled in it. Like, his classrooms were full because not just my set, previous sets 3 years back, and those previous sets.
Sorry, they have carryovers.
They have carryovers, like enough carryovers
3 years.
One person was, yeah. Like, he prided himself in that. He prided himself so much. I remember that course particularly because I entered a dissing battle with him. So my purpose in that course was to show him that it can be possible and I didn't need to be there. You get? So he shared the notes. I got the notes, and the notes were photocopied notes that have been over photocopied. You get? There were notes that have been overcopied. So I couldn't read them. Now, I want to achieve two things in this story. You get? Coming here, I was trying to make sure I don't talk in abstractions, because part of the problem in software is explaining codes to people. Yeah, so I'm trying to make sure I don't speak in abstractions. So this is a very personal story, transportation algorithm. Yeah, so the notes were over photocopied. I couldn't read them. I could not be attentive in class because before 2 years ago, I was a perpetual latecomer. Yeah. But 2 years ago, after I missed a flight, I changed that. Yeah, so I was always late to his class, and I didn't have access to notes. At that point, the trajectory was clear. I was going to carry over the course. Then it popped in my head. I think I didn't do justice to my final year project. I should have said thank you, YouTube, thank you, technology, you guys, because so I went back and I used Note AI, converted his notes into AI to text, converted it to text, then looked for the best Indian tutors on YouTube. And I was so surprised that something that was so hard could be easy. Jesus Christ. Guy, it was so surprising. And they taught so well. Northwest algorithm. This is 7 years back, and I can still remember. That's why, what is education? What is knowledge? What is the essence of going to school? Is it for degrees? Is it for certificates? What is the essence? I sat back there, I was asking myself, what is the essence? Because we are challenged as a society. You read agric, you work in a bank. You study public finance, you are running a poultry. Yeah, you study computer science and you're a clerk. So what is the very essence of education? If that field that you've been trained in, you can't even be there. So I studied, I watched the videos, I never made it to, I think probably in the whole semester, I made it to 2 of his classes. Yeah, so first test came out 39/40. He was handing out the sheet results because there's how he tries to show you that he's the best. So he wants to see people that fail. So he'll call you, Joshua Namani, come, you take it, 10/40. He'll allow you pass, the walk of shame, you would pass. So he calls me, and 36 or 37, I was the highest in the class. And he's looking at my face. He has never seen me. And my guys, Hausa boy, shege banza, and everybody, and he was looking at my face like, are you in my class? Can I be in your class? You get me? So that is what technology does. I think that's why we need to open ourselves to the impacts. You get?
Wow.
We need to not be dinosaurs anymore. Yes.
That's such a great story. Thank you for sharing, Joshua. Honestly, yes, exactly. So I'm now thinking, imagine I had Joshua in my class. Would Joshua be able to survive my class? So if we flip it and say, who are the children in your classroom, either physically or online? If you had to be your own student, would you like your teacher? Would you be able to relate to your teacher? Would you be able to connect with your teacher? And I think that's such a great example of a student who succeeded in spite of the teacher, not because of. And you and I have those horror teacher stories. Mine was my physics teacher. Unfortunately, mine didn't end that I failed physics woefully. And I say all the time, when we're talking to children and we're telling them, look, move past your, I mean, a lot of you have heard my physics teacher story, right? I literally, so mine was the set that, the last set of those doing Form 3 before the school, policy was changed to 6 years. So I spent 5 years in secondary school. And you have to get promoted to either art or science class. None of these fancy, wonderful things, variety. And so I needed to pass physics. Prize, no, some people already know the story, so I can't give a prize for those who don't know. Bottom line, I got 2% in physics. By the way, I had 74% in maths and 92 in English. So what is the logical reasoning, explanation for someone who got a 74, and I remember the grades in maths, a 92 in English, getting 2% in physics? The teacher. My teacher was terrible. He was a grump, he was grouchy, he used to flog the boys, and I was so scared. I used to be very small and skinny. I'm like, oh God, he's going to flog me. God, please, I don't want to get in trouble. So I couldn't get past that. With technology, I would not have had to interface with that part of the teacher. And I probably would have passed physics. So there's certain limitations that, and I'm highlighting the limitations of face-to-face, just because we're very big on face-to-face. And we think that without one-on-one and face-to-face, our children won't thrive. That's not entirely correct. Some of the children will succeed better without the face-to-face. He passed.
Up till today, my mom doesn't know what I do for a living.
Because she can't articulate it into her clear boxes. We all have to evolve, seriously. And the world is headed in this direction. So you and I, who are the owners of the gateway, because teachers are the gateway that lead children to their adulthood. You're the gateway. How do you man that gate? Think of yourself as the gateway. And how are you manning that gate? We cannot raise, one of my favorite quotes is in my book, which I should have launched earlier, but it's coming. Miss Yu's laughing, because yeah, it's coming. It's written, is with the publisher. One of my favorite quotes by John Dewey. If you teach today's children the way you taught yesterday's children, you are robbing them of tomorrow. We can't continue to rob our children of tomorrow, because they come out of school and then they go and learn what they need to learn to succeed. Why can't they learn what they need to succeed in school? Why can't we empower them to be deep thinkers, to be entrepreneurs, to be kind people who have conscious empathy in school? And if you and I don't talk about this often enough, change is not going to happen, because the policymakers will keep perpetuating this ineptitude forever. But if you and I make enough noise and say, you know what, we need to change the curriculum. Some of these subjects are obsolete and we need to bury them. They need to evolve. Then we are making a difference. Then we're focusing on impact and not just on earning and income. Absolutely. So, AI is here to stay. We cannot be afraid of AI. We can, my parents have just started using WhatsApp and it's driving me crazy. Because everything is going to end the world and everything is going to save the world. name 2 minutes. Oh, onions is the best thing for your skin. Oh, no, don't put onions in the fridge. It's like, which one is it? So you and I have to understand how to navigate that space. So you lead up, help the older generation, and you lead down. In leading up, you use different strategies, right? So you're guiding, you're supporting. But in leading down, you're facilitating the learning because they know so much more than we do. So it becomes a partnership, right? How we partner with our students to understand the tools they need to navigate their present world and to gain strength for the innovation that they need. And again, technology is the way forward. So
And
can you talk to us a bit, anyway, say what you want to say and then you can talk to us a bit about the technology.
Yeah, and AI is not coming to take our jobs. Yeah.
You know, people say that, but I have a, no, but Josh. As much as you say AI is not coming to take our jobs, I don't need a secretary anymore because AI is doing the work better.
But you need an executive assistant. Yes.
But I do need an executive assistant.
Yeah.
So, is that a bigger name for secretary? So the person needs more skills.
Niche down.
Niche down.
Deep. Niche down, then you need cheap. The entry requirement has gotten higher. You get me? So you don't need a secretary. You don't need a bookkeeper. There are apps that can do that. But you need an executive assistant with those skills that knows how to use those apps. You get me? So that's what it is. AI, I like to think in this way. AI was created by man for man. You get me? And no matter how great it is, it was created by man. You get me? It didn't fall from heaven. It was created by man. It is large language models. It's like teaching a child how to eat gari from cradle. You give him, he rejects it. You keep giving him until he learns it. That's what computer is. He learns it. So the algorithm is subjected to be personalized and subjected to learn. But it was created by man for man. There's something that's going to become better than AI, so we need to evolve or we die. Now, it beckons on the question that Mrs. Ayola talked about, and it hits me personally because there had to be a culture shift for me as a person to start my career. I studied computer science, but I promise you I didn't know how to code after my first degree. I didn't know how to code. The most we did was write code on paper. Yes, that was the most we did.
See, it's theoretical,
Yes.
and that's what we need to move away from.
Yes, the most we did was write code on paper. My first sojourn into my first reality check into what programming was. I needed money in school, so I was doing a lot. I started
Your
I
side
started
hustle
on time.
early.
I started on time. There was ASU strike. I learned how to do graphic design. I got my mom gave me my first gig. I moved on to other gigs. I even learned rice importation. So I was shuffling a lot. Yeah, then after school I didn't know how to code. Then I served in the Internal Revenue Service of a state, and the opportunity beckoned on me. The state needed to move revenue, increase revenue, and they had a problem with the analog process, so they needed to digitalize it. And the chairman said, there's a copper here that has computer science. And come in. Yeah, that was it. And that's providence. But we need to take our life from chance. Yeah, we need to be ready for the world. How does a child in Ijebu-Ode become global standard? How does a child from the cronies of Ikare Ekiti, Sokoto, you get me? And it beckons on what Ms. Ayola said, high expectations, high standards. That was the culture shift. I grew my nephew, and when I read articles, I send it to him. There's one article that's always in my head. It says, the title of the article is Insanely Great. And it talks about anything that comes out of you, a word, a thinking, anything that comes out must be held to the standard of being insanely great. And that's the culture shift. High standard, high expectations. Yeah, so how do we address this problem digitally? How do we culture shift this problem in our society? Nigerians are subpar. I've managed engineers. I've sacked friends because I tell you, look at something. You're like, yeah, just let it. It's going to fly. Just say, well, we're anyhow. I hate it. We're anyhow. There's a roundabout. Sorry, I don't want to say this. But there's a roundabout, and instead of the driver to follow the roundabout, he used the roundabout as a U-turn. What would it cost you to
just
go
go
the
around
whole thing?
5 extra seconds? Go round the roundabout. Don't just do the U-turn.
There needs to be a culture shift that anything that comes out of us has to be insanely great. Yeah. You get me? But we need to balance it, a delicate balance between being insanely great and earning from being great. Yeah. Yes, that's the balance. Yeah. And when we came on,
Say it again. Put your
there needs to be a delicate balance about making sure that when you are becoming insanely great, you are also monetizing it. So balance between becoming and earning. You get me? So when we were thinking about this product, I thought about it in both ways. From the vision of the founder, I know that the Nigerian problem comes down to money. Marital problem comes down to 70% money. I'm sorry to say, my friend is married, young couples, and I asked them, how are you guys succeeding? Both friends, the man and the woman, are my friends, and they got married on time. And I was like, how are you guys sustaining? I was like, the girl told me, it's money. Just have money. You get me? Like, just have money. You get me? He cuts a lot of the problem. So that's the delicate balance. You want to become, and you want to earn from becoming. That's it. You want to teach, and you want to earn from teaching. Yeah. You get me? So it solves the lie of self-preservation. Yeah. The lecturer that is withholding information so that he doesn't become extinct is already extinct. Yeah. I don't need him anymore. He's already extinct. You get me? So it solves the lie of self-preservation. You have to give. The Indian guy is not as rich as I've worked in companies that are mixed up. And I tell you for a fact that Nigerians are brilliant people. You get me? The only problem is an earning problem. It's just an earning problem and a culture shift. Yeah. Just a mind shift. Be great. Be insanely great. Let anything that comes out from you be great. You're a teacher. Are you great at it? Be insanely great. It's impactful. And that's what life should be all about. But
so how do we monetize?
So the product and the ideology. Let's balance it. The product ideology solves two problems. The culture shift and the earning problem. And it solves the lie of self-preservation. So you don't need to withhold knowledge. We're telling you, give out the knowledge, share. The more you share, the more you earn. Yeah. And you earn from your sleep. Solves the problem of entrepreneurship. It solves the problem of personal branding. It solves a lot of problems because now you're selling in two ways. You're selling your knowledge as a product and you're selling yourself as a brand. Two very practical ways. So you're selling yourself as a brand for the personal one-on-one time. Yeah. We don't know how to monetize time. That's why we collect wages every month salary. You get when we learn to monetize time, we'll collect per hour. We really don't know. You get me? That is why our society is like this.
We're learning.
Yeah.
That's why we're here, right? That's right.
So the system has to change, but we don't have the infrastructure. That's why we need to leverage on community. There's a proverb, there's this pidgin proverb, say no be person we born Peking, they always end up train Peking. You get me? Yeah. So we need to rely on community. Nigeria is a close-knit community. If you've lived in the UK before, nobody gives two hoots about you. Your neighbor doesn't want to say hi. Like you say hi to somebody and they'll pass you. Nobody wants to talk with you. Yeah, but in a Nigerian society, you pass your neighbor's shop and you don't greet her or him, he'll go and report you to your mom and your mom would spank you. You get me? So we have this community to leverage. Yes, we have it, but we are not leveraging it. So solving the problem in two ways. I like to be idealistic. I learned it from Mr. Oseni. Yeah, when I met him, he was like, we'll go the world, we'll conquer the world, but we'll also have in our pockets. Yeah. And it was real. Because at the end of the day, my mom doesn't know what I'm doing, but I'm giving her money, upkeep. Yes, she doesn't mind. She really doesn't mind, as long as it's not fraud. Yeah. You get. So, delicate balance. Sell your knowledge as a pack and sell yourself as a brand.
Thank you so much. That's great. selling your knowledge as a product will be, for example, recording your lessons, learning how to record your lessons. So you do the training, right? Posture, how you speak, how you talk, and all of that, online presence, and then you upload on the platform. And your lesson is ticking, 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 ticking. Alerts are dropping in your sleep because you have invested in preparing quality content. So that's the product. You as a brand, oh, I need to book Mr. What's your name, sir? What's your name? Mr. Bidemi. I need to book Mr. Bidemi to tutor me for, then maybe he teaches physics. And I need help with physics, right? Everybody knows. So I need Mr. Bidemi to teach me physics. And I paid for one of his videos, or 2 or 3, and it's like, what? That's the best thing. Like you said, I book a slot to speak to Mr. Bidemi. And I pay his hourly rate. And Mr. Bidemi so he's earning from me twice. From my product and my brand. That is what Lumi Learn can do for you. That's what Lumi Learn can do for you. That's the brand we're creating. So you have the opportunity to grow your skills. You have the opportunity to showcase your skills, and a few extra coins or notes will be falling in our pockets. Okay, somebody has a question. All right, we can take 2. 1, 2 questions. Oh, then that's 3 then. So 1, 2, 3.
Good
Yes,
afternoon,
ma'am.
everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's been educating, informating. I don't know, the list goes on and on. But so I'll go very, very practical and very direct. First, to the brand Lumin Learning. My question is, are the teachers allowed to tell you what their charges are per hour, or you already have a fixed charge for that hour? Because like we've learned today,
We have the answer to that one.
like we've learned today, basically, I don't know how everybody's seeing themselves, but I know how I am and how I'm seeing myself.
Good.
So basically, I'm not common, I'm not less, I'm not general, I'm different. Okay, so there's the way I see myself, and there's a price to it, even if
Fantastic.
we're given.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That's one. Pardon me.
Oh, okay.
Now I want to cycle back to Mr. Sam. We've been talking since, and I'm cringing. My head is, ringing, is alarming. Now I'm not coming to private sector right now. I fall in that group, so I'm not coming there. My interest is giving back to the society and what we can do. So I'm looking at these children in public schools. It's a concern. I'm into safeguarding with a company, even though I'm not with them anymore, and I've been training Lagos State councillors. However, it's alarming, it's cringing. We have educators that are not intentional, that are not ready, right? Now, we've spoken about adaptability, digitalizing everything, and we still have this set of educators that are not ready for the new transformation. Or they are not ready. You said trying to facilitate, help them.
Yes.
Now, some of them don't even want to try. They are not ready. And they are still taking care of these young minds who we expect to be the leaders of tomorrow.
Let me make it faster. Remember what Mr. Olumide said?
Yes.
You play in your sphere of influence. We cannot change the amount of time we have, but we can manage the activities we engage in during the time. That's what Mr. Olumide said. There are things you can influence right now. For example, we have the wonderful Mr. Samuel, who is an outstanding educator making a difference still in the public sector. So there are trailblazers in every sector. It is unfortunate that even in the private sector, we have tutors who are there just to take the money and walk away. Not passionate, not interested. So it is a huge problem that by being the example, you can change. So by being a lighthouse, so when you go to the water, right, big seas, the lighthouse tells you you're getting close to land. So by being the example, you become the lighthouse that can point the direction to people around you. So you can only play in your sphere of influence. You can make a change in your sphere of influence and expect other people to change. So we encourage you to be the change you want to see. That's it. Be the change you want to see. That's all we can do. And and every opportunity to give back, every opportunity to support, please leverage it, because the government cannot cater to the number of young people we have in our country. That is why we have a proliferation of private schools, because the government cannot cater. The question, how much money can we charge for our lesson?
I'm going to answer both, but I'll start with the one about the government. Yeah, so the truth is that to every society, his or their problem. You get the UK, as glamorous as they look, have their problem. The US have their problem. Our own might be worse, but it's still a problem. Yes, so we cannot overrun a bad system, but we can definitely start. You get, we can start. I think about it a lot. I was on Twitter one time and I saw Edo State governor going through schools, and you see the condition. It's terrible, and it breaks my heart. You get, one time on Twitter, I was telling my friend behind that someone posted their classroom from a university in Southwest, and I looked at it, and it was the norm for me, so I passed the post. I came back some hours later, and I saw that South Africans had commented and said, is this a classroom in Nigerian university? And then it hits me that we've accepted an anomaly. Yes, this shouldn't be the standard. But we can go on and on and on to complain and complain, and nothing would change. What we can actually do is start now, here. 5 students. I started it this year, like my own personal thing. I look around me. Who's in need? Young guys, what are you doing? Do you want to learn tech? It's not even tech. What do you want to do? You get me? Because there are so many people, so many children that are actually stumbling. Yeah, they are just stumbling. They just need somebody to ask them the question, what do you want? What do you need? You get, just the question. And I have weeklies, I have meetings, sometimes I'm tired. I teach from as low as how to type, spread your fingers, type. And it's impactful because they are making something out of their life. It's so little, but it counts for them. One day they'll be at an interview and the question is type for me. Yes, I've had that kind of thing. I've met somebody that was supposed to give me a job, and he said, do this, help me do this. And he was watching my fingers. And from there, the relationship had lasted till now. In fact, he even called me to start mentoring his son, who is 8 years old, just this week. You get me? So we can start from somewhere small, and that's what we are doing as a company. Yeah, starting small, starting with this number here, and hopefully we are meant to be disciples of what this vision is. Each one of us, spread it. You can be a Lumilen learner. You can be a Lumilen parent. You can be a Lumilen tutor. You can be a Lumi tutor, a Lumi parent, a Lumi student. Just start small. We can actually do big, great things from a small place. You get me? Because Nigerians' problems are abounding. If you keep thinking about it, you wear yourself down. In fact, as a young person, I don't have Instagram. I don't have it. Yeah, because you wear yourself down. I don't have Twitter. I literally don't do Twitter anymore. It got to a point and I was like, if I wake up and the first thing I'm seeing is Nigerian problems, will I succeed? You get me? I took it off. I took it. It was tiring. You get me? But we can start. I can disciple intentionality. I can disciple 10 people. Follow them. They are actually stumbling. I stumbled. For a fact, this is an expose. I studied computer science because I failed chemistry woefully. So when I saw the brochure of courses that did not have chemistry, I picked computer. I failed chemistry so bad that my mom hired the chemistry teacher from my secondary school that was teaching me. I still failed it. You get me? I picked chemistry as an elective in university. first F on my transcripts. You get me? So I stumbled. At that point, I probably needed a career counselor. You get? I needed somebody to talk to. You get me? So that is the problem. You get? That is. So I look at these challenges I faced as a person, and that's why I'm here, because I've experienced this thing. I can talk from a place of experience.
Don't forget the money.
Yes. So the money part, Dr. Olushola said something. It's open. It's a marketplace. So how you price yourself is how people will pay.
It's an open market.
It's an open market. So if you feel you are great enough to price 20K per hour, price it. No, I'm serious. Price it.
It's an open market.
It's open. Price it. If you feel you are great enough to price 50 pounds per hour, give it a shot. Mind you, somebody will test it, and somebody say it's good food.
Exactly. If I may just, add as we wrap up, the market is an open market. You record your lessons, you put up, people check, and then they leave reviews. So you know how it works online, right? The more your reviews, the better your reviews, the more your people can engage with your content, the higher your ranking, and the more expensive, yes.
And I'm going to add
services
this.
can be.
I'm going to add this. This is a secret. Yeah, but it should be known when we're out. We'll be available in probably 5 countries at a go. So you are looking at yourself being a multi-market talent to these countries. And there's a big niche because African children in the US and the UK are suffering.
They want
They're suffering
African
from
tutors.
the curriculum. So they need their tutors. That's one market. There's also the market for special needs children. Nigeria has a way of beating negativity, creativity out of you, and beating your negativity to be a problem. You get me? So there's also a need for special needs teachers. You get me? There are children that need personalized attention. You need to have a way to talk to them. So we are looking at leveraging these things. We are looking at being of impact and also being an earning power. Yeah, that's just what we solve.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Joanna has been giving me the eye since to say we're out of time. We'll be available. Josh is available. Who else is available that people have questions to in the Lumi Learn t-shirt? Josh and okay, he has a question.
There were like 3 people who already indicated.
Okay, can
so
you
if I
ask the
skip
questions
this-
at the same time so we can
questions.
then just take them
Okay.
together?
Okay, so let me go.
No,
through
over
the-
him. No, his
We'll
hand
get
came
to
up first.
everybody. We'll
His
get to
hand came up first, actually, him.
I'll come to her.
Okay. So we'll take your question and then take his. Yeah, really short, please.
So my question is, how can Lumi Learn support content creators who are humble beginnings with no much money to get this aesthetics and get this perfect background?
Okay.
In delivering high quality lessons to a broader audience while also enabling monetization and learners progress tracking.
Yeah.
Okay, so go over there. Okay.
It's.
I hope I remember.
Good afternoon,
all.
everyone. Okay, no problems. Please, I just quickly want to point this out. I believe this is a platform that could loud this note for our policymakers to get. When you were talking the other time, you were mentioning bridge between where we are and AI.
Policy and practice.
No. AI is taking over. It's already taken over. But we're talking about the bridge now. Now, I studied statistics, and I did analytics. I did machine learning. Right now, I'm doing generative AI. Now, I can categorically tell you that at the center of AI is nothing but statistics. But it's a pity if you go to our schools, you will see that. Okay, somebody was asking me that can he write statistics in WAEC? Rather, you will find statistics under mathematics. It's not supposed to be. I am of the view that our policymakers should, as a matter of urgency, review these things. Rather you would see civic education, some subjects that I didn't do while back then. I feel like they say they have introduced this one now and it's compulsory. These ones are now optional.
Honestly.
But they leave statistics out of it. I don't know how we want to get to the next level without statistics bridging that gap.
Thank you
Quote
very
me
much.
anyway. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. We have those pain points. We have those pain points. And again, thank you for mentioning that. However, we're really trying to manage our time, so we're sorry that we're rushing you. We will escalate what we can and influence change as much as we can. We will.
Good afternoon. So my question is about Lumilen. When I went through the website, I see that it's still in the
It's
launching
still in
process.
progress. Oh yes, definitely.
The launching process. So I want to ask about the launching date.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay, last one. So how we support with the tech, for those who don't have tech, when is the launch date, and the next question?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the panelists and others. But first, I don't have a question. I have a contribution to what he said. I'm an educator, a
30
mathematics expert, a tutor, and content provider. Now, from what he said, mathematics has captured statistics. It's in an institution in Nigeria where we separate between those studying mathematics and those studying statistics.
Hold up,
Now,
hold
where
up.
I want us to drive, what I want him to drive,
Both of you need to
is
have a conversation
how
in the
it's
back.
being taught. How it's being taught. Statistics is under mathematics.
Yes.
So it's the failure of the educators or those who are teaching in schools who are not properly encapsulating the content of statistics in mathematics to students.
But seriously, both of you should have a conversation in the back.
Much
Please answer the
appreciated.
questions.
Let's get the answers and then we'll wrap up.
So regarding supporting,
One house, please. One house.
hello.
Thank you.
So regarding the support Lumilen gives to teachers who are not able to create content from their current environment. So as a plan, we are already building up a studio. Yes, we're already working on a studio because the mantra is insanely great. So to be a Lumilen teacher or a Lumi teacher, you have to be insanely great. Communication, delivery, content, lightning, you have to be insanely great. So if you can't make those contents from your environment, you could also come to our environment and make it. Yeah. Launch dates, your all stakeholders would email you launch dates privately.
So no, hold up. Excellence is not cheap, and neither is it free. Excellence is not cheap, and neither is it free. However,
if you make money, if you make 1 million
Exactly,
naira from
you're going to
Lumilen,
make- yeah.
will 10,000 naira be a problem?
yes, exactly. Yes.
Yes.
No. You don't pay to get more audience.
You don't pay to
You
get more audience.
You get paid to deliver your services, and we get something for facilitating that process. For the whole admin, the back end,
We don't
that's
take,
all.
We don't take money from you for being on Lumilen.
No.
We take money from you from prospering
getting
on
this-
Lumilen.
exactly.
So the more you make,
The
little
better
we
for
make.
us.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your time.
And the bottle, please, Josh. Thank you so much, Dr. Joy. Thank you so much, Joshua. I was telling Joshua about an hour ago that I was excited for this panel. First of all, Dr. Joy is one of my favorite people, but also Joshua is also one of my favorite people on the tech team. I love the way he speaks. And you see, once or twice you guys laughed. I don't know, has anybody else made you laugh apart from Misha? All right. So, without further ado, I think we're drawing close to the end, and I'm going to invite Rachel Onoja to give, just a recap of what today's event has been. If we can get some help to bring that podium back up here. After Rachel, we'll get closing remarks from Mr. Hosseini, and then we'll have some group photos. And yeah, thank you so much, guys, for staying with us till now.
Thank you so much, Joanna. How have you been doing? Has it been an amazing session?
So I'm guessing that at least you made 3 new friends. Who has made at least 3 new friends here? Okay, see a few people. 2 new friends. Okay, seeing more hands. One friend. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you so much, Joanna, for being an amazing host. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for being an amazing host. Thank you so much for being an amazing audience too. We'll have had like a series of panel discussions, amazing speakers. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. Thank you for the knowledge that you've poured into everyone here. I think some of the key things I picked up from this event includes accessibility without responsibility is risk, right? One thing I want to remind you is that as we are bringing you on the marketplace of LumiLearn, what we are doing is giving you access to people's children. And we trust, because you are here with us, it's because we trust you, right? And we hope that you would approach this with a sense of responsibility. I'm sure that even in your classroom already, you approach your kids and every parent who has trusted you with a sense of responsibility. However, now we are not just giving you kids within your classroom. We're giving you kids in places you've never been to. Kids with different mentality, kids who are raised differently, kids who have different cultural experience, right? Kids who have from different backgrounds. And I know that you already have that in your classroom, emphasizing that again. But then online is a different thing. I have been in EdTech for about over 10 years now. And supporting people online is different from supporting people in the classroom. And I'm hoping that you approach that with a deep sense of responsibility, because these are lives that we hope that you would impact in a very positive way. And we hope that parents won't come and tell us that, LumiLearn, what are you guys doing? What kind of teachers did you put on your platform? So please, in the midst of all this, there's going to be a lot of safety and safeguarding, safety regulation practices, trainings. There's going to be even financial literacy for you, right? Because the whole idea is just like Dr. Joy said, the more money you make, the more we make too, right? Just to give you some form of context, we are only taking a commission on what you earn, right? We are not charging you for being on the platform. We take a commission from what you earn, depending on whatever resource you make available. The idea is we want to take you from being we want you to approach learning from a global, so I'm not saying global, like from a global, which is think globally but start locally, right? And using that experience allows you to reach more people. Again, another thing that I also love from this panel is around attention, right? Time management and whatnot. And just at the back, we're having discussions around how we're now in a generation that is highly stimulated, right? And what you need to pay attention to is how can I manage the attention of people? It's not even time. Like, time management at this point has become almost like a myth, right? But how can you manage the attention of each kid that is in your class? But then now you're not just managing their attention within a physical classroom, you're managing their attention within an online classroom, keeping in mind that there's a lot of distraction around them, right? So those are things that we are hoping that we would be able to support you to do better at, right? And then one other part is around special needs kids, right? One thing that we are very intentional about at LumiLearn is we want to ensure that each child feels special, right? Every child is special, right, in one way or another. And therefore, each child to enjoy that sense of you are designing a learning experience to fit me, it means that each child needs to be managed or supported the right way, right? And you cannot support a child if you have not been properly supported. Which is why we have, aside the fact that you can come on LumiLearn and make money, there's a part of LumiLearn which also empowers you as a teacher to get teacher training support. And I am so proud to say that Dr. Joy is the person leading this arm of the business. So thank you so much, Dr. Joy. So LumiLearn has packaged a lot, like we've been working on a lot for the past couple of months, and I'm excited about when we finally launch. And because you're here, you would be one of the first people who would hear about when we go live. We're going to go through a testing phase, and within that testing phase, you would test with us. You would tell us what you think. You would tell us how we can design or improve this to fit you as an individual, but also the kind of students you want to have on the platform. One thing that Mr. Oseni has always asked me while we have been building is, how do we support each of these teachers, or why would a teacher come to LumiLearn? Let me tell you why you should be on LumiLearn. If you are supporting a student on, let's say, Google Classroom, or you're supporting a student on Zoom or any of maybe Google Meet and whatnot, what happens is you have different tools that you're working with, but LumiLearn provides you one tool, right? The whole back-end scenario that you need to be struggling with, don't worry. And Josh and the team have been putting in amazing work towards ensuring that it's as seamless as possible. So please, if you can, this is the first time I think we have other people outside the team who are now aware of what the team has been building. So if you can please put your hands together for our tech team, that would really be helpful. Thank you so much. Finally, I want to appreciate everyone who showed up. I want to appreciate Dr. Joy for helping us make this happen. Thank you for making access to your resources, your friends, and your loved ones. Thank you so much to our speakers. Today I learned so much, and I'm excited about more events that we'll be hosting, right? One thing that we have agreed from this event is these conversations need to be had, right? We can't keep, and I think I've been in the edtech space for, again, about 10 years now, and what we always do is we talk a lot more about the tech part of things, but we don't talk about the educational part of things, right? And this is the first event I have attended that is an edtech event where the right conversations have been had. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, and I hope you have an amazing rest of the day and also have an amazing Easter holiday. Or if you're not celebrating Easter, I hope you have an amazing just rest time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you so much. We are going to take the vote of thanks from Mr. Oseni, but before that, I have another assignment for everyone here. I'm not a teacher, but I'm learning one or two things. Okay, but it's nothing serious. I know that some of you are not following us, so I'm going to give you 30 seconds to follow us on Instagram and on Twitter. You have followed my buddy and my muse. Okay, I love that. Okay, but for real though, okay, Kiola, please cue the counts. I want to see that you're following. Are you guys, you followed? If you followed, please do like this. You followed. I'm seeing many hands down. LumiLearn HQ. Thank you. Are you guys active on Twitter? X. Minus Josh. Okay. All right. So there's that. We want to encourage everyone. If you took a photo, if you took a video, if you didn't, then please do preserve the memories of today. It was a really good day, if I do say so myself. But also, if you take photos, please tag us. Use the hashtag Teachers Day Out and tag at LumiLearn HQ on all platforms. I also want to really emphasize something. I mentioned it earlier, but a really important part of what we are building at LumiLearn is that teachers feel deeply connected within the communities of teachers. So please stay connected with us because we're really all about education. We'll have groups opening soon on Facebook. If you're active there, we'll probably have groups as well on either Telegram or WhatsApp. So be on the lookout for that. And also, please keep your eyes peeled for our emails. All right? they'll likely land in your promotion box. So please keep your eyes peeled. If you're not already on our mailing list, please do so. Go to our website, www.lumilearn.io, and sign up for early access, and you'll be automatically added to our mailing list. Yeah, that's all I have. I hope you guys carried out my assignment. And with that, Mr. Oseni, let's have your final words. Thank you.
Whew. That was very, very insightful. It's turned out way, way better than I could ever have anticipated. I've written over 16 pages. I was writing like a little boy in secondary school. But of course, time is fast spent. I don't think I can go through them. But ladies and gentlemen, honestly, from all the speakers have said today, our attitude has to change. We just all have to have a change in attitude. Honestly, I don't think it's going to the next education seminar or whatever that will make the change. It's ourselves, within ourselves. We must change our attitude. We are going by what Dr. Bimbo said. She said it's not only timely, but it's as a matter of urgency, and it should start from us.